Good morning, actually. Interesting. I don't normally start this early. Hope everybody's having a good Saturday so far. Ready for some brutality. Bit of a longer run today, Dragon Quest 6. If the camera decides it's working. Hey, it's working. Close the door. Okay. So, today, finally getting in first run Dragon Quest 6. I have some partial splits here. I basically just updated my splits from when I did a practice run through Mudo 3. For some reason it didn't keep the final time on there, but it's like 3 hours and like 30 seconds or something. Basically right at 3 hours. The goal for today is going to be keep it under 10. I'd like to get it under 9. But we'll see. There's a lot that can happen in this game. So I am expecting some live split crashes, because even though I just reinstalled it to get the latest version, it still crashed the other day. I don't even know what to do with it anymore. So in case that happens, I do also have a stopwatch that's going to be running, so I'll at least have an overall time, and then I'll just have to go back and figure out split times later if it does crash. But hopefully that's not going to be an issue. Hey, Hactical, thanks a lot for the resub. 21 months, appreciate it. Oh no, indeed. That's kind of the prevailing feeling right now. Oh no. Get rid of all these. I don't need these practice saves anymore because I finally got through making practice save states as well. Alright, got notes. I'm gonna need those. I'm gonna spend a lot of time with my nose in my notes today. Got energy drink, another one cooling, I got snacks. Need to refill my water. I always forget the water. Something about the water. I'll be right back. Alright. Got the water now. Well, we've got a long road ahead of us today, so you say we get this started. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Alright. Double check. Yep, good. And alright. I had to replace the ear pads on my headphones because the old ones started to tear. And these ones are slightly smaller, so they're a little bit less comfortable. So I may have to at some point in the run switch over to just using my speakers. For now, get surround sound EQ6. Getting notifications. Stop giving me notifications. Okay. Alright, I gotta hit 3 buttons at once here. I'm gonna reset, split, and start this stopwatch. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, name complete. Hardest part of the run. So yeah, one important detail is this is not Final Fantasy 13 or Golden Sun. Anybody who's been following my my train of thought over the past couple of months will probably remember that I've been debating if I was going to do Final Fantasy 13 or Golden Sun next as my primary speedrun project. And then last week, I found myself playing DQ6. I was like, well, that wasn't one of the options, but here we are. But this is good. This actually puts me in a good position because I eventually do want to kill myself by doing a 1 through 6 relay, and after this I really just need to learn 2. There's not a whole lot to learn in 1, at least not to get a rudimentary level of understanding of the run. But like, if you want to be good at it, yeah, there's still practice, but it's basically just playing the game. So after this, I'll just need to learn 2. And then I'll be good to go on that idea. Anyone trying to follow my train of thought made a mistake? That's true. That's always true. I try not to follow my train of thought. That's how we ended up here. excited for this. Me too. I've had a lot of fun playing it over the past couple of weeks. So, some parts I've enjoyed more than others. Surprisingly, I think like Deathmore, even though he's definitely the most frustrating part of this run, he's also the most rewarding part of the run. So I've actually had a lot of fun practicing that fight. I hope I don't spend too much time fighting him today. A nice one-shot would be great. Just good RNG with clean transitions, no problems. Lots of single actions would be good. Not spending forever in B pattern in phase 1. Oh my god, yeah, so like during practice, like, there were so many times that phase 1 would just sit in B pattern, and he's just recover HP, freezing waves, just over and over and over again. I was basically just keeping up with his healing. That's it. Be in that phase for like 20 minutes. Brutal. Yeah, like, phase 2 and phase 3 get a lot of the focus for how hard they are, but phase 1 is the one that can just, like, drain your resources. Like, a really good phase 1 will usually set you up for a pretty good finish, but... yeah, it can really screw you up. Nothing like getting into phase 2 with 2 people dead and the other 2 people low health with severe poison. It's not what you want. It's happened more than a few times for me. I feel like if if phase 1 were taken out, it would actually be a pretty stable fight. Because phase 2 and phase 3, you know, like with a lot of practice, you know, you can get fairly consistent at them. Obviously, there's still times that he can just choose to delete your party, but the transition from phase 1 to phase 2 is like one of the most significantly important parts of the fight, I think. Because you want to start getting defenses up as quickly as possible in phase 2, and if you're spending that time reviving and healing first, then you kind of lose that opportunity. And you're just hoping for good luck at that point. And then phase 3, getting Medante off is impossible. No, there we go. Like, oh my god, it's like every time I send, every single time I send Barbara out, she gets slapped by one of the hands instantly. And it's like, I send her out on a turn that, you know, he's gonna do freezing waves, so that there's one less shot that she's gonna get hit. But she's still the first target every single time. He's just like, I know what you're doing here. You're gonna kill my hand. But if you get that Medante off, phase 3 is usually pretty good. Five defense, nice. Yeah, the real trick here is listening to the music in here and not wanting to go play monsters. There's a few tracks in here that were always some of my favorite tracks in Monsters 1. But like, I hadn't played DQ6 at the time, so I didn't know what they were originally from, so a lot of this game just sends me into nostalgia mode for Monsters 1. Now, fun fact, actually when I first started using an emulator back in high school, the very first game, like the reason I got an emulator was to play Final Fantasy VI, because a friend told me that it was really good. And after that I also saw there was a DQ6, and I was just like, hey, maybe I'll try that one too. And so this was actually the first Dragon Quest I loaded up on an emulator. But I didn't get very far. Oh, one step too far. Excuse me? Go in. Oh my god. You have to go in the center of the town here. Okay, that was almost bad. It's good. We're good. Everything's fine here. So we're haggling with these merchants here. We want to get 480 gold for our thing. And we're just gonna keep bumping the price up a little bit each time. There. Alright, so we'll accept it on this one. 480. I don't know why I was going to the bed there. Have to select the party member. We have a bag now. Two wings. One agility, gross. Okay. Controller, I'm gonna disagree with you there. I did not hit down. Actually, I probably did. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how my voice holds up today. Because I was sick like 4 or 5 weeks ago, and my lungs still have not recovered. Now talking for an extended period is going to be an interesting experience. Yeah, so expect a lot of throat clearing today. Lady. Probably optimize that menu by equipping first, so that I don't have to reopen the menu. If you use the seed, it closes the menu. Equipping does not. Alright, let's get some herbs now. Alright, back home, now that we got the crown. Time for a festival. Alright, don't forget the herb. I always forget this herb in practice. I keep thinking about the stuff I'm about to pick up inside the house, and then I forget about that herb. Cutscene time. This is where we look over at the other screen and see how Anatole is doing on DQ9. Oh, looks like he had a good Morax split. Nice. Take your time, guys. This isn't a speedrun. Yeah, one of the notable things about the length of this run is that there are a lot of cutscenes. There's a lot of downtime in this game, just like 1 to 2 minute breaks throughout. Some of them very much back to back to back to back to back. So, it's kind of nice to get a bunch of mental breaks. Sometimes you just want to go, 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 though. Fortunately, the game itself is fun enough that it makes up for that. Bright lights. The goddess appears. People who need a lot of bathroom breaks, yeah. Yeah, normally I don't require a lot of breaks. Like, my first Dragon Warrior 4 run, for example, was 9 hours, and I just sat through the whole thing. I don't think I even got up for it at any point. But we'll see how this one goes. I haven't actually sat down and done a full playthrough of it yet. This is my first time going beginning to end. I've done a lot of segmented practice or just you know, untimed practice where I'm slow playing my notes. But like also getting up to do other things in the middle. So we'll see how my endurance holds up here. I really wish my lungs would just recover. It's been over a month. Deal with it. Sad fireworks. Rando got rejected. Poor guy. Bum, 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 bum. Right, off to Rhydock we go. Soon. After more fireworks. Alright, on with the game. Oh, wait, no. Walking south here. We're not at Rhydock yet. Oh, lady. It's Green Girl's sister, by the way. Blue Girl. That's the armor shop. We had the weapon shop. Hit the boomerang. Because it's Dragon Quest and we want to go fast. And hitting all enemies is a good way to go fast early. Ba-da-ba-dum-bum. Right. Let's get our assignment to go to the Tower of Ordeals. Which we are going to intentionally not win. We actually leave the tower early and then re-enter it to skip a battle flag. It's faster not to be the best. Oh my goodness. Left first, please. Dude, I hate that guy. I wonder if leaving east is faster there, now that I think about it. It's the same distance, but if that guy always spawns on the left, east might be better. Okay, so we do want level 3 here. About 50 experience. One more fight ought to do, unless it's a solo kangaroo, in which case the game hates me. Okay, it's 2. That should be 16. Oh, 20. 22. Alright, so leaving here, we basically forfeit the challenge. We're not going to be the first one up to the top of the tower, but that's cool. This means we have less to do in here. Oh wow, no encounters. I like it. Hey, first kind of boss. Basically just watching my health lines. If I'm under 18, I will use an herb, but if he builds up power and I'm under 22, then I'll use one as well. Oh, and I got distracted. Dang it. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a run. The camera's on, so watch out. Oh. Of course I got distracted on the first boss. That'll happen. That's not the mute button. Kiddos just woke up. Threw me off. Alright, so this is the part of the run where I explain the plan, and then I ignore the plan. Not intentionally, though. It's okay. We're still gonna come out well ahead of that first practice run. It's a free gold split for later. Alright, 18 and 22, those are the numbers. Remember that. Yeah, basically I looked away for a second, and I missed the build-up notification. Now, he can build up multiple times in a row, which is awesome, because that'll waste his turns. Alright, if we see him build up here after heal. That's the last one. Fortunately, I only used one herb on the first attempt, so it doesn't put me too far behind. There we go. Alright, and here we get the first of 70 small medals. If you really like collecting small medals in Dragon Quest games, this is the speedrun for you, because we get 70 of them. Alright. Well, aside from one distraction-based hiccup there, that went pretty well. Surely nothing else can go wrong for the rest of the game, right? Oh my god. Let's go get Tiny Metal number 2. Alright, now Hassan joins. Hassan's the real hero of this story. He's gonna go spirit punching everything in the world. Alright, and we do want to get Hassan to level 4. So we'll take easy fights up until then. That should be fine. It's kind of trying to bait a fight there. It's not too big of a deal though, because we got room to fight later as well. Wait, talk to Hassan first. And then we go crit the horse, for some reason. For some reason, I thought I remembered the critical effect sound. Guess not. It was a different sound. Similar, though. I hate her so much. Now, one thing I don't know in this game is basically anything about the story. I've tried to follow it before. It's just like, it gets so convoluted that even in English, I'm just like, what? I do want to, I've got the 3DS cartridge. I might play through it on there at some point. Since there's not an official English version before that. At least have some idea of what's going on, hopefully. Oh my gosh, move, lady! This lady and the cat both just boxing me out. Actually, I want to do a fight before here. I think the encounter zone to the north is a little bit different. There we go. People. Antidote there. Wooden hat. Say no first, then yeses. I love the music in this game. I think it might be my favorite music in the series overall. Like as a whole game. Like there are certain tracks in other games that I really like, but I think the overall musical experience of this game is probably my favorite. Okay. Don't forget to reorder in combat. Alright, first stop down here, we're gonna go pick up a bronze shield. Growing you a lot, yeah. It's definitely catchy. Oh. There we go. Now Hassan's the tank. Wooden hat and a bronze shield. So far, pretty decent encounter rates and run success. Been a pretty solid 37 minutes of not too bad of luck. If we can keep that up for another 9 hours. Yeah, I think 3, at least the SFC version of 3, is another one of my top overall musical experiences for Dragon Quest. 5 is pretty good, as long as you're on the SFC version. But I think I've harped enough on the DS music. 4 is really good. I I'm not very familiar with the music in 9. Like, basically the runs that Anatola's been doing are like 90% of my exposure to 9. Because I've never been able to actually play it due to issues with the console. And a stubborn refusal to emulate DS games. Yeah, DQ4 does have the balloon song, and that single-handedly moves it down the list pretty far, unfortunately. Yeah, 2, what I've heard is pretty good. I haven't spent a lot of time playing it. Like, I beat it a couple of times, but it was so long ago that most of it doesn't, like, just, like, pop into my mind when I think about the game. But I expect when I start actually running it, it'll probably, that one will probably grow on me really quick. I know the tower theme in 2 is fantastic. Not give, equip. Back to Hassan. Back to Hero. Hey, Northrex. Thanks for the good luck. Northrex will be joining us as a party member toward the end of the game. Looking forward to that. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. So the basic gist of what just happened here is the maid is in love with the dude, the younger dude that lives here, and some other woman that loves that dude, trying to frame the maid by poisoning the dog. Basically it. I know that much of the story. I got this far in English. But the dog's fine. The dog is up there between the beds. That is the same dog. He's not dead. He just pooped all over the place, that's all. Cat. Alright, today I'm not gonna forget the safety save. Like, Bloody Paw has a way to make the fight take like 30 minutes. And it's nice to have a safety save for that. But like, I make the decision here, I'm just like, okay, safety save, leave town. And then it takes so long to get to the entrance of town, I forget about the safety save. I keep forgetting to do it in practice. But not today. Now you get a free walk to Grandma's house. And as you'd expect, first time we meet somebody in an RPG, we're going to introduce ourselves and then rob them blind, because they have things in their dressers and pots that we want to keep. And you know what? If she really wanted that NPC, she would have used it by now, so good go. 5 MP. Okay, now we just hope not to run into the little mini gargoyles non-stop inside the cave. That's really all we want. Nothing else is particularly dangerous in there. Those guys can give you a hard day. Those guys have Fireball, and at our current health levels, Fireball is devastating, especially when there's 4 of them. Like, it's possible to just party wipe to a single run fail in this game. It kinda sucks. That's the speedrunning life, you know? Hey look, it's Pierre. Go ahead and, yeah, set it to manual while I'm thinking about it. Okay, not too bad on the encounter rates. Lots of Slime Knights. We take Slime Knights over mini goils. Alright, and here we have Bloody Paw. Our entire strategy for Bloody Paw is confuse him and then wait for him to run away. That's about it. Not confused. Confused. Okay. He has a chance to break his confusion whenever he hits himself. But he's not breaking it so far. I would really love for him to just disappear. Okay, there's a confusion break. Used again. Did nothing. Hit himself some more. Just run away, buddy. Oh, he's paralyzed now? Okay. Well, now we fight. Equip that. Yeah, he's permanently paralyzed. The good news is he did not use any uppers before getting paralyzed, so killing him is a reasonable task. It really sucks if he gets uppers up here. If he gets double upper and then paralyzes during confusion, he'll just... You reset and reload the save and go back. It just takes too long. You're fishing for crits for like 20 minutes at that point. But he'll never recover from this paralysis. So we swing till he's dead. I've got I put the bamboo pole on Hero here to have a shot at some crits. But Hassan's gonna be the majority of the damage. Also, he's got 370 HP, so this will take a little bit. Fortunately, he hit himself for probably a little more than half of his HP before he got paralyzed, so it could have been much worse. Oh, don't forget the drops. I was already thinking about the fur mantle. That's an encounter. I would love to see that in like 5 seconds when I'm trying to death warp. Nope. That fight sucks to death warp on. Like my chances getting something that does damage and not just MP draining. That'll do. Hit me, Peepo. Yeah. Oh wait, I just wing. Right. It's nice you get a story revive here. It's like death warping is the best way out of that cave, and it's just like, you don't have to revive Hassan, don't worry about it. Actually happens several times in this route. Where there are just very convenient story revives and take advantage of that. Very few times that we actually have to manually revive somebody. I mean, unless things go wrong, obviously. As far as the plan goes, there's very few manual revives. Leo has joined the party. Slowly. There she goes. Alright, talk to Joseph. He's upstairs, not here. Small metal next. Three out of 70. We're making progress. Alright, we're gonna sell Hassan's leather crap. Actually, don't even need to, but I'm still gonna do it for inventory management. That's not even Hassan's inventory. Yeah, I just need 150 gold, which I already had, but inventory management is very important to doing these games quickly, so I always sell them anyway, just to get them out of the way whether I need the gold or not. I like things to go to a predictable location when I'm talking to Millie here. Whenever I pick them up, I want to know where they are ahead of time. So you'll notice a lot of times when we're gearing up for combat, some characters just won't have weapons equipped, and that's primarily to move their inventory so that items are in really easy positions to menu to. Particularly the hero, who doesn't really ever use a weapon for most of this run. You get the Fire Claw, and he's basically just using free Blazemores for the majority of the game. Up to the armor shop. Scale armor and fur head. Have royal clothes and equip them. Put below up front. Again, most of the reordering is going to be, like, there's going to be some combat-oriented reorders, but the majority of party reordering is, again, going to be for inventory management. Just to make sure that items go where we expect them to go. I like how apparent it is from from these time saves that I did very minimal practice before my Muno Chronicles thing. That one was just kind of like, you know, get the first third of the game in, see if it motivates me to learn the rest of it, and it didn't. It took a while to get there. Kick me out faster. I'm a danger to the castle. Remove me with all expedients, please. back in for shopping. And so here we're actually going to get a few bracelets that we're going to use for the rest of the run. They're pretty good defensively. Alright, sell all of Malayu's stuff. One, two, three, 4 gold. Look at that. Knife for Malayu. Probably better to route in one more Chimera Wing there. Instead of walking out of town, just warp out. Pretty minor time save, but right, time saves are time saves. Sure, yeah, that's what we'll do. That's the menuing that I intended to do, 100%. Okay, hero's dead. Everybody's dead. Alright. Well, normally I wouldn't encounter cancel this quickly, but with just Malayu alive. I've never actually had anybody die on this lock before. We're going to make an extra stop by the church. And here we just got a whole bunch of plot triggers. Very similar to the Reinhardt segment and Gen 1 of Tiki 5. Gotta talk to a bunch of people and then suddenly the story progresses. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. Wait, no. The thing in the thing is in the other world. I need to trust my muscle memory. I did just realize I didn't. I should be able to revive them from the wagon. Yeah, I can revive them from the wagon. It's fine. Alright, no big deal. No, not save. Speaking of unplanned revives, here we go. Now we go get the Usamimi band. Oh, we made it 1 hour without live split crashing. That's good. We're like 10% of the way there. I knew we could do it. What's in the dresser? Firm. Not the Lucia shard. There we go. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to dive a little bit in here and pick up a better boomerang. After that, we're going to do some level grinding. There are metal slimes that can appear on this floor, so we hope to see them once we get to that point. But however we get there, we just want to get Hero to level 7 to learn Sap. Thought about doing an encounter cancel on the stairs there. Probably should have. Oh no, my spells. What will I do with stop spell on me? Oh, run away. Good. Running away is not a spell. Alright, here's our boomerang. Get some money here. Alright, so now we start grinding to level 7. And hoping for metal slimes. Hey look, a metal slime. Hey look, it was a metal slime. Yeah, the good news is we did actually get some bonus experience from Bloody Paw since he didn't run and we ended up killing him. So this grind will actually take a little bit less time than it could. Because if he runs away, you don't get experience for that fight. Whoops, did not mean to go down the stairs. I want to stay on this floor for those metal slimes. Oh god. Okay, this fight's terrifying. And that's why. Don't do it. Didn't kill any of them. Good job, guys. Okay. 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 Whew, we're fine. Everything's fine here. Nothing to worry about. Huh. Got ambushed by the dangerous peepos. Oh wait, you're not dangerous. Probably just 1 or 2 fights away from Hero getting 7. And they're back. Yeah, keep doing physicals. That's fun. Nice. Okay. There we go. That'll be sap. Off we go to Horror Beast. I must have gotten a Metal Slime on the previous run of this. There's no way. There's no way my movement was better. Of course, there was, I guess, I had some deaths, so it's still not going to make up that much time. That time difference here screams Metal Slime. Hey look, a couple of Metal Slimes. Okay. I'm actually kind of okay with that not getting killed. Like I was debating if I even wanted the Metal Slime or not, because that might push Malayu's experience a little higher than I want it to be for the class grind coming up. Sap. Bend. Attack. Let's heal first. Alright, so this guy has a really annoying confusion mechanic. We're just hoping that people don't get confused, or if and when they do, they break out pretty quickly. Well, I guess at this point I can go back to tactics. Alright, so Hassan is confused. But the fight's over, so it doesn't matter. Pretty good fight. Like, only one confuse is really good, and the fact that it happened at the very end of the fight is even better. So now we've got no encounters in this cave, so I can go freely wandering to pick up all my loots. Magic water here. I'm gonna give that to Malayu. Or the bag because I hit one too many downs. Here. And it's funny, this game isn't the same engine as the DQ3 SFC remake, but the menus are so much clunkier. So be ready for missed menus, they are going to happen a lot. I'll put Malayu up front so that she gets the agility ring. She's in the front menu, please. I do that every time. Like, I hate that it puts you above the cave here, because I'm always thinking, alright, time to walk south. I always immediately re-enter. There's been one time in practice that I haven't done that. Oh, man. You're not a hero. You're a hero. Shield. Wow. Get iron shields for Hero and Hassan. I feel like I did a thing. Nope, we're good. For a second there, I thought I gave both of the shields to Hassan. But we are fine. Got the mirror key. Hero uses wing. Right up. No, disorder. I'm gonna want Malayu up front anyway. Alright, so the first fight in here is basically the boss fight of the tower. Some really annoying ghouls with a poison attack that's either going to do heavy poison or normal poison. Heavy poison we need to cure, but the normal poison doesn't do anything. Alright. Manual. Equip. Sap. And you defend. So we want to get Sap to land on the same target twice. So right now we've got one on B. and C. Alright. I'm actually going to cure that one first, and then have Hero heal himself, and then Hassan attack. The strong poison does a not insignificant amount of damage every turn, so definitely a good idea to get rid of it. They can't inflict poison on somebody who's already poisoned, though, so if we get the normal poison, we will leave that. So, like, Hassan here has the normal poison. Yeah, we'll do that. Like, when you hit Hassan, so I see how much damage he's gonna take. Thanks. 6 is fine. Okay. So now we'll go back to tactics and swing. Okay, so on these tactics, Maleo should remove the strong poison. Yeah, there we go. But she will fortunately ignore the weak poison, which is perfect for our needs. Okay. Beast should be nearly dead. He's been taking some decent damage from the boomerang all fight. I'm actually gonna do a manual heal here, because if he were to get severe poisoned and hit, he could just die there. Oh. Okay. Let's get one sap on him just to speed this up. Okay. Easy. Hero learns return there. MP is fine. No, I'll melee the back. There we go. Alright, so Mirror Tower is split into two parts. They are identical parts, basically, just mirrored. Most notably, the encounters rate in the right tower here is lower than the left tower, and the encounters are just less dangerous in general. So the front half of this trip is usually not too bad, but in the second half there's going to be a lot of encounter canceling and hoping not to die from run fails. Yeah, like these long walks, you're not going to see these in the second half. Not a chance. Shadows. Alright, let's see if I can successfully push these orbs. If you hit them at on a half tile, you'll push them up or down instead, which... Extra steps in this half, not so bad. Extra steps on the left side, very bad. There are moths on the left side, and they can, like, two-shot people, potentially. It's pretty bad. Not fun to deal with. There we go. There's that half-tile push. Alright, easy half down. Now for the panicky half. Oh, that's fine. I have an extra wing. I wanted to save 3 MP on Hero there. But oh well. It'll be okay. Yeah, look at this encounter rate compared to the other half. Even after that short segment there, I'm still gonna encounter cancel this. That was pretty good. And here are the scary moths. We don't want to see those ever again. Down and up. Horrible button combination. Impossible to do without doing a loop. Because I'm bad. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna heal after this fight. Yeah, you're doing physicals. Should use millies, yeah. There are a couple spots where it's a little bit confusing how it decides Montagne, but that's usually post-wagon. Or like when the wagon is present, but it still doesn't want to use the people in the wagon for some reason. But other times it will. That's like, I don't know. I'm sure there's some logic to it. It's not readily apparent. Okay. As long as I first try run from every moth that I see, we're okay. Okay, preemptive. We like those guaranteed runs. Took a little bit of a chance there not doing the encounter cancel. But it worked out, so we're good. Okay. Don't do your special attack, just use your basic physical. Okay. Now we just have to make it down the hole. Alright. Easy peasy. And now Barbara joins the party. She will have very limited use in this run, but she does learn Medante, so we're gonna have a segment where basically the entire strat is have her blow everything up, and then hopefully she's gonna help out on Deathmore Phase 3. But sometimes she doesn't get the chance. Useful for the Terrain Gauntlet? Yeah, that's true. That's the other major spot. Okay, I might just swing by the inn in Rydok here, since I am short on MP. And just take a few seconds. I did miss a split. It's officially one of my runs. Split missed. Alright, little optional thing here for a strength seed. When are strength seeds ever really optional, you know? Also, that bonus level on here is nice. I generally want to be level 9 here anyway. I didn't notice that he was only 8, so... That usually means that my ending experience value from the grind before a Horror Beast stopped, like, right at leveling up. Extra herbs. 1 strength. Totally worth all that time. The level was worth it. The 1 strength, not so much. Oops. You know what else is really useful for the Durang Gauntlet? Not saving over your safety save when you die to the first fight. I learned the hard way during my note walkthrough that if you die during that gauntlet, you just Durang takes the legendary equipment and you don't get it back until you kill him. And I saved after because I was like, I don't want to do Hellcloud Citadel again. And so I had to beat him without the legendary equipment. That was a little bit unfortunate. But doable. It's a little bit slower. Bump. Alright, one energy drink down. I'm a little bit hungry though. Alright, a little bit of menu management, or inventory management here. Already got the level 9, so don't need to take any fights here. Bum, 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 bum. Safety save. This guy. Very conveniently placed. I didn't hear the save thing. I must have accidentally hit no somehow. And then switched back to yes without realizing it. That could have gone terribly wrong. If I'd accidentally hit no one more time, then could have been into, oh, do you want to leave without saving? And I'd be like, yeah, let's do that. I lose all my progress. Bum, bum, bum. Nice. Nice. Getting a lot of first try runs today. Not something I get to say often, so I'm enjoying it while it lasts. I don't know. Annual. Put iron helmet. I'm not. Alright, so we are on our way to the first of 3 Mudo fights. Mudo 2 and Mudo 3 are back to back. But this one's its own isolated thing. Not too bad. Definitely nothing compared to Mudo 3. Yeah, you Iron Eyes. I'm so scared of you and you can't do anything. Did I ever equip Barbara's bracelet? I did. Okay. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna have a dark room coming up here. There's a little bit of a skip that you can do if you know where to step. Of course, you can't see it because it's dark, but it's pretty simple. Right up there. Okay, good. I didn't fall after saying it's pretty simple. That's an important thing. MP is fine. Okay, we're already on manual. Sap attack. Upper yourself, and you help with sap. Okay, there's the double sap. Oh, I was one character off in my, from where I thought I was. Okay, there's that. Okay. Yeah, you have an urn. Heal Barbara, Barbara heal Malia. I thought about doing a sap there just in case. It would have actually been really good. Oh well. Oh, okay. He outspit Malaya there, which could have been bad, but wasn't. Alright, we're getting close. There we go. Easy Mudo one. That was pretty much perfect. There was not a lot of Flame Breath in there. Like, if he does a lot of Flame Breaths, then it gets pretty scary. But fortunately on those turns, he just kept doing attacks. There was only one Flame Breath, I think. Free snack break here. Oh. Just did Taloon's Tunnel in Anatola's chat and rolled a 2. Oh. Okay, nobody's dead, so we go straight to the castle. It's really good not having anybody miss the experience from Mudo 1. There's several levels there, and it makes Mudo 2 and 3 that much more stable. Chancellor, must have a word with you. Couple of dialogues here, and then we're back to Shino. Oh, you guys are so cute. Goodbye. Back to Taruka. Alright, so we're gonna go to the well first. Get tiny medal number 7. 10% of the way through the game. Like, I to an extent gauge how much time is left on how many tiny medals there are left to be picked up, but fortunately it's not a straight, like, this is 10% of the way through the run or anything. We'd be looking at 20 hours almost. Right up. Medal number 8. Alright, give your bracelet back to Malayu. Put that. And agility ring to Hero. And now we go to jail. I believe the story here is... like, it's hard to keep it straight between the real world and the dream world. Even said in the real world they think I'm an imposter for the prince, and they told me never to come back, so I came back and now I'm in jail. It sounds plausible. Someday I'll know what's happening in this game, I promise. I'm actually really interested to, like, look up what the actual story is. I get about another minute. Oh, I'm back. I'm sorry, did I interrupt your dark theme there? It's almost time to meet Chamorro. Everybody's favorite character. That pass lets us get to Ghent. And continue the story. Hassan in front. Fence seed here. Come on, big money. Another 5, nice. Any good defense seeds today? Armor's equipment goes away. We're gonna get iron armor for Hassan. Magic Scene, talk to Elder. And we get some more cinematics. Cutscene, cutscene, cutscene. Alright, so this is going to get us to Muto's island. We're not quite ready to fight him yet, but we are going to get into his castle, get the return point unlocked, and get the Fire Claw. And then we're going to do some equipment pickups to finally prepare for the fight, and then we'll go hopefully kick his butt on the first try. Who knows? The Muto 2-3 combo is pretty brutal. And the really unfortunate fact about it is that Muto 3 is primarily RNG. On any turn, he can just decide to end the fight. And then you have to do Muto 2 again before you can do Muto 3 again. So, it's a huge RNG wall, and we're just hoping not to get too unlucky on it. What's really good, though, for Muto's Island is that there is a story revive right before you get into the castle, so it's one of those ones where we just need somebody to get through. It's kind of like the Z-Armor Cave run in Dragon Warrior 4. We just get somebody to the end alive and everything's fine. Alright, Bronze Shield and Wood Hat are going to tomorrow. And Holy Water the Hero. Throw Caution to the Wind, run through the lava. Oh, I didn't equip Chamorro yet. I just gave him stuff and didn't equip it. There we go. Now Chamorro can take a hit. I always think that I'm gonna need to go north on that intersection. Fortunately, I didn't actually go through the transition this time. Bone slaves. The good news is, okay, I keep saying the good news, but more good news about this cave is we don't have to go out of our way for any item pickups. The only objective is get through it. I think those two things are where the good news officially ends. Just get one guy to the end, don't go out of your way to pick anything up, just run. Then you just deal with the fact that it's incredibly dangerous. Nice. Oh, almost made it. I always love when you get an encounter one step away from leaving an area. Okay, we are almost out of here. Easy. You'll notice in the intro cutscene, we put the fire out. This time it's gonna work because we left the fire burning. We're gonna burn down the forest while we're fighting Muto. It's gonna distract him. Here we get about 2 minutes. Another good break. I like how we don't just fly straight to the castle. Like, we gotta do some stylistic dashes left and right, and then disappear into the distance. Oh, now we can go to the castle. Straight line, guys. Just right in the castle. Okay, first trip into Midow's Castle, just getting some items, and then leaving. Slot in front, pick up some stuffs. And this to the bag. Yep. I believe that top left chest is a mimic, if I'm not mistaken. More often than not, if we don't pick up a chest in a Dragon Quest speedrun, it's usually a mimic. Everybody's here at full. Tactics. Whip your agility ring. Sap. Exhilarating fight, really. Dead soon? There it is. I was debating not healing up here because we do have a Death Warp after the next Hellbeast, but I really don't want anybody to die before the next Hellbeast. So why not play it safe? I mean, we got damage tiles to Death Warp on anyway. And just first try run from everything, so it doesn't matter. I wonder if it's worth doing a second sap. Yeah, it's pretty good. There are some times where like the second sap just isn't a significant enough damage increase to justify it, but it certainly is useful on these guys. Confirmed. Now we just Death Warp. And they instantly stop dealing damage. Come on. There we go. Why are encounters always less dangerous when you want to die? There you go. Got it. Okay. I didn't reorder, so I need to make sure that goes over there. He's while I'm thinking about it. Well, you're dead, so you can't use those yet, but that's fine. You'll be alive soon. One agility. Two agility. Oh, big magic. 3 is not big magic. Truca. Don't want to forget the Gent staff. Tactics. Fireclaw. This is a pretty straightforward fight once you have the Fireclaw. Just spam free Blazemores. If hero gets close to dead, then I'll swap off and heal, but usually not an issue. We're gonna get 5,000 gold for this fight, which we're gonna use to buy the spirit armor. Oh. Whoa, stop. I think this is the kill shot. Yeah. And 5 Gs. Also, didn't reorder in the fight, but that's fine. That's Dharma. I needed to enter the well there. I got one step ahead of myself. It's okay. It's a little extra walk. No big deal. One of the things that's been interesting to get used to for this game is knowing what world you're in for casting Return. Because, yeah, completely different return lists for each world. And you have to actually, like, physically change worlds at like a well or something in order to actually go between them. Bum, bum, bum. Got spirit armor. Helps if I, you know, put in some D-pad inputs to select where I'm going. Alright, heroes, clothes, go to Chamorro. Ability ring to Chamorro. Whip hero. No, not organize my items, thank you. Alright. Next up, Mudo 2 and 3. Now, if we one-shot this, I'll be like 30 minutes ahead of the last time I did this segment. But we're probably not going to one-shot it. This fight likes to be mean. Like, it really enjoys it. Alright. So we are now merging the dream version and real version of Hassan. He's going to learn Spirit Punch, which is going to be key to killing a lot of enemies down the road. Not all enemies, though. Some enemies just are immune to it or resistant to it. So, but it's going to come in handy in a lot of fights for big damage. Sure, it's full. Welcome to RNG land. Such a lovely place. Poof, 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 poof. Alright, so I've actually been playing around with my Mudo 2 strats lately. Like, I have primarily take a very aggressive strategy that doesn't go after the ads at all. Like, I just kind of spam up or through them. But for consistency's sake, I have also been trying killing the ads. Like, there's something to be said for all-out aggression, but I think we'll kill ads today. And, Fire Claw. Heal melee, just in case. Yato. Boggy. Good damage roll on Boggy. Don't hit tomorrow. Okay. Gant, yourself. Yeah, actually, I was changing my mind there, and then I decided not to change my mind. I accidentally had Tomorrow heal himself instead of Hero. That's okay, though. Good stuff there. Okay, you don't have to do Flame Breath all the time. It's really not necessary. He saved them all from the first fight for this one. You do that, and sorry. Got lucky there because I meant to have one of them heal Hero, and then my plan changed halfway through. All the Flame Breath. Oh, dang it. Those were all supposed to be targeting the the ordering that it goes to on the menu. It's a little bit unfortunate. To tomorrow. Because, like, since they were summoned during the fight, my brain says it should be at the bottom of the list, but the game disagrees. 34, that's a good hit. That... You help out with healing. I did it again. Same exact mistake. But that's okay. It's keeping up with his health regen. It's all intentional. I meant to do it. See, you did it again there. Okay, the armors do appear below him. Let's do that. Rukanon, thanks for finally doing nothing on a turn. Appreciate it. Forgetting how much of their MP I actually want to use on attacking, but I just kind of want to push some damage here. Alright, dying here would be perfect. Nope. Actually just gonna have these end for now. They're not particularly important to Muto 3. They're mostly meat shields, but I do want to have them available for some healing for stability. Okay. Let's actually play a little defensively here, catch up some heals. Kill him on the next turn. That's fine. Alright, Muto 2 down. Now, we hope to get lucky. Come on, Muto 3. Be gentle. Put my meat shields out front. Whoops. That's not the order I wanted. There we go. One meat shield down. Okay. Right. Okay. Now we just please be gentle. Play a little safe with Hero on this turn. Oh, and Hassan went to sleep. He's still asleep. Hassan's awake. Crap. Alright, well, hope for the best. Spam sleep and miss. Dang it! I hate you, Muto. Such a dick. If Hassan hadn't gone to sleep there, we would have been fine. But now we get to do Muto 2 again. But that's why I say Muto 3 is just completely an RNG wall. It's like, I didn't even really do anything wrong there. He just decided people were dead. Here we go again. Yeah, that was even a pretty good transition, really. But sometimes that's not enough. At least we're right back into it. That's about right, Countess. How's it going? Melody never starts. That'd be pretty good. We should definitely do that. Good. Good target. Actually, heal her. Yano will finish that off, and Chamorro can heal himself. Heal yourselves. Chamorro. You can hit Mudo. Good high damage roll, one shot at it. Kind of want to save Chamorro, Chamorro's MP as much as I can for Mudo 3, so that he can use heal mores this time around. Okay. Actually just gonna push damage on Mudo now. Pretty close. Should be able to ignore ads for a little bit. He says right before Rukanon. Heal Slime. Heal Slime is actually perfect right before the transition. Because now I can fully heal. Nobody's gonna take any damage, really. Actually, we'll do this. Heal, staff, heal the armor, defend. There we go. Now everybody's full HP. Maybe just kidding. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? Okay, now Malaya has heal more as well, but she doesn't have a whole lot of MP. I had her going on offense a lot. Just have her defend. I'm actually gonna reorder her to the front, see if she can soak some more physicals. Actually, no, we'll go with the quick heal on Hero. A dodge. Wow, Hassan outsped Mudo. I'll take it. Hero's asleep. Wonderful. Okay, Malayu is dead. Honestly expected that to happen a long time ago. Hero is still asleep. Alright, Hero's awake. Is Chamorro actually going to survive this entire fight? That's surprising. I've never had him survive before. And Hero's asleep again, so maybe we won't have him survive today either. Dude, if that had been the kill shot, that would have been amazing. Alright, if you could stop putting Hero to sleep, that would be great. We were one hit away for so long because Hero was just asleep. Alright. Second try Muto 3 is not bad. I will happily accept that result. Should have counted damage. You don't count damage, you count number of hits. But I wasn't counting. Because I don't have the attention span for counting to what? 14? 13? Those are big numbers. San Marino. Alright. Now I gotta see if I can remember how to play the rest of the game. That Fire Claw to Hassan. Come on, Stora. Take your shoes off. Exactly. And well, then I'd also have to take my socks off. And I have poor circulation, so I try to keep my socks on as much as I can. Why did I put Shamar on third? I'm actually gonna fix that while I'm thinking about it. Ever wear socks or shoes at home? Yeah. It's generally colder around, pretty cold around here, and I have such poor circulation that like I feel like my toes are gonna fall off if I don't have socks on. So let's see, Amos. You never know when you're gonna need to count. That is a fair point. To the mountains. Impossible to run away from heal slimes. Alright. So again, nothing to go out of our way to pick up here, just the item at the very end, which is nice. So it's just another case of get to the end and then get out. So we're here to pick up a seed that's going to allow Amos to control the monster side of himself, and then he'll be able to join the party. And he's pretty strong, so nice addition to the team. Don't really use him toward the end, but at this point in the game, he's pretty significantly strong. Ba-da-bum. Up the stairs. That's not Iron Eyes. Ow. Man, I can't wait to get Tiptoe. We're gonna get it from like we're gonna get it after the boss or after the actual class grind, but we really want Tiptoe. Nobuyashi-chan. Ba-da-bum. Nice. This encounter rate. We found all the encounters that we weren't getting earlier in the run. They're all right here. Okay, hopefully this is the last encounter, but there's probably one more. Yeah, there we go. And these guys can put us to sleep, which is not fun. Alright, Barbara, it's your time to shine. Nobody else can do what I need you to do right here. You have a very particular skill set. It's gonna pay off here. Now her particular skill? She dies really fast. Good job, Barbara. You did it. Bum, 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 bum. Do. Amo says, join the party. Alright, now we finally get to go get some classes, so we're heading back to Dharma. And we get to have a exhilarating grind. This one's definitely less significant than Dragon Warrior 7. I only need 36 fights here in the first part, and then the second part is 20, 24? It's step counted. I don't actually keep track of it. Alright, first up, Barbara's gonna be a jester. Hero and Hassan are going to become clerics. Alright, Malay is going to become a fighter. And then Chamorro Thief, Amos Warrior. Hero's Boomerang is going to Amos. Spirit Armor to Amos. Equip you. Steel Armor to Son. And equip Son. Don't forget the MP seed. +2, not great. And now we need to use the well. Then we class grind. Alright, it puts our party in the order that we want. For more efficient menuing. Nice walk, okay. No waste of time there. So our first step here is going to be taking 11 fights to get Barbara Whistle. After which point we're going to have much faster encounters. And we're going to get up to 36 fights at that point. Or it's about 36. I keep track of it, but I feel like sometimes I get it around like 32. I don't know if there's like some variance in skill point acquisition or anything, but I don't feel like I've ever actually gone all the way to 36. But it does, I don't know. I might just be bad at counting or missing stuff. But either way, once Hero learns, or once Hassan learns Upper, we're good to go. Free defense. Yeah, the nice touch with the Fire Claw here is that it does a physical hit and then it also hits for fire damage, but that fire damage will redirect if the original target dies. So there's going to be a lot of times where the boomerang is going to leave 2 enemies alive, and then Hassan's going to punch one, and the other one's just going to die to fire. Pretty convenient. Yeah, like that. Perfect example. Okay. Not sure who that was. Yeah, I'm at an unfortunate spot where I'm kind of expecting a phone call, and I have been for the past couple of weeks. It's like... now I have to, like, answer every single phone call that comes in, even though 99% of them are just crap. Alright, so we're just on the lookout here for Hassan learning upper. I'm counting the number of encounters so I know when we're getting close. So I can mostly space out until then. But it'll be around 20 more battles. Hassan, you missed. So this whole grind is just to take advantage of the vocation system in the game. So basically after each fight you get a point toward whatever class you've selected, and then each time you get to a certain threshold of points in a class, you learn set abilities. So, just taking enough encounters to make sure that we learn all the abilities that we want for the rest of the game. About halfway through. But there is another mini grind after this. We're going to go swap classes again. And then we're going to have a very slow walk to the ship where I'm going to take a step and then whistle all the way there. So it's going to be the slowest walk of like 14 tiles you've ever seen in your life. One of the things I like about... I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. Ignore it. Throw that thought out the window because it is gone. Oh, right. It was the music. One of the things I like about the way that they handled music and encounters in this game is the overworld music actually continues on. So you don't just hear the first, like, 2 seconds of the music every single time that you get into a fight, so... It still keeps a sense of forward momentum during this segment, however minimal that is. About 10 more. Now, the reason I'm not using tactics to have one fewer input on every fight here is because if you do that, then Hassan's going to use Flying Knee a lot, and you're not going to get the bonus fire damage, which will sometimes add an extra turn to fights if there are 2 survivors like this. Because if he just did a Flying Knee, he'd kill one, and I would have to menu again. So, still good to still manually input both of them, but that's the primary reason why there's just these 2 in here, is to save time. They are more than capable of one-rounding every encounter in here. Almost learned Berserk. Wait, was that? He did. Yeah, that's like 28. Okay, whatever. We're out of here. So I feel like some encounters might be worth more points than others. I don't know. I have no proof of that, but I really feel like that grind is a little bit variable. Either that or I'm just like really bad at counting and I missed 8. That is a big possibility. Alright, Hassan to Warrior. Hero to Warrior. Barbara's gonna go Cleric. And then Malayu is gonna go Mage, but only for 1 encounter. She just needs 1 encounter and then she'll learn Blaze more, and then we'll actually remove her class altogether. Because classes do... Whoop, no. Classes, impact stat growth and such, so... A few characters are actually going to be swapped off of classes once they have everything that they need. Go down first, moron. Just getting my cardio in. Number 11. Went to Life Cod because I forgot which world I was in. Good thing Return only costs 1 MP in this game. So one fight here is gonna get Malayu her spell. There we go. I've seen 5. Yep, bounced off. Alright, and here is the slow walk that I was mentioning earlier. I hope you like very slow progress, because this is it. So basically, if I take an encounter on every step to the ship, and then I take 3 encounters on the tile in front of the ship, I'll get all the points that I need. Now, I could just go right in front of the ship and then count that way, but this is an easier way to keep track of it. Plus, the movement in between the menuing is very slightly faster than just doing it all at once on one tile. Well, this is a slower fight if they're all defending. Bunch of jerks. There we go. At least the fire damage still is pretty significant when they're defending. Ambushed? How do you get ambushed when you're whistling? It's like, you're intentionally getting into a fight. That doesn't make any sense. I've never been ambushed on a whistle before. You walk up and hit something, it's an ambush? Yeah, exactly. Like, you'd think that would just remove ambush from the table. Like, ha! Sneak attack! Oh, I wasn't expecting you. Bye-bye. Alright, so I think this is the tile where Barbara's gonna learn Boggy. Yep. That means we're on pace. I haven't missed a tile or moved wrong. Oh, you're just in time for the end of the best part, Ash. How's it going? Yeah, we've only got a few more steps left, and then we're done here. Take 3 encounters in front of the boat, and then the grind is over. Now, there's not even time to run your errands in this one. This is like, I was thinking about having a split for this to reference Cowie's chat runs their errands split from 7, and I was thinking since it's so much shorter, I would probably call it like chat writes their grocery list or something. Alright, this will be the last one. Level 14 Malayo. Yeah, but not all of that was the grind. It's definitely shorter than the Dragon Warrior 7 one. No, I go east. I always go the wrong way here because I mentally go toward Monstora. It's longer than a grocery list. That depends. Well, I guess our grocery list involves figuring out what we're going to eat for the entire week and then making a list based off of that. And some of that decision making can result in 30 minutes. Stop casting beat. I hate you people. Stupid mudrons. We're fine. Oh, I need to reorder. First of all, let's re-equip that. Go over to Amos, Son, Hero, Melee. There we go. That's where I want to be. Sell the boomerang. Battle axe to the sun. Alright. Gent staff. 2. Layu. Fire claw to hero. Iron armor to hero. Raw mirror to hero. And Shimura's agility ring. Okay. Build up. Build up. Iron armor. And sap. And sap did not land. think Spirit Punch is one of the most satisfying sound effects in this game. Like, you feel like you actually did something. Nice dodge. See you down. Strength Seed, maybe? No. Alright, so the next fight's gonna be 2 guards, and they can do by-kill, so... We're hoping to kill the one that gets by-killed first as quickly as possible before it becomes an issue. Usually isn't a problem, but never know. Alright, build up, build up. Got place more, right? Yeah. Alright, we're watching who gets by-killed here. Alright, so Scott's our primary target. Alright. Resetting my defense there because of Rukanon. Rukanon with the by-kill can be pretty brutal. Yeah. Fortunately, Holiday's using Protect here, so all the attacks are going to him this turn. And now, double by-kill. There we go. Okay. Now it's fine. Assuming Hassan doesn't die right here. Okay, we're good. Alright. Well, that could have been better. But not bad. Get staff to Hassan. Montage. Alright, now we get to fight Blast. Wasn't really paying attention if both of the saps hit, so I'm gonna do another one just in case. Okay, we're good. Fine. Really just need Amos and Hassan alive for this. Everyone else is expendable. Oh, I was expecting Hero to be dead already. Sure, swing, see if he crit. Or just die. Big hit for 1 damage. Missed. Nice. Alright, again, Staff is going to Amos after this fight. We get to go visit our friend Northrex for the first time. Alright, Barbara, take us out. Alright, So this fight up here should give us Tiptoe on Chibaro. Unless I screwed up. In which case we just take more fights somewhere. There shouldn't be any way that we screwed up. I might use Spear Punch Panther, Fire Claw Panther, Blaze more on Panther. Nice miss. Oh, there we go. Now we have Tiptoe. Hooray! So, Tiptoe effectively cuts our encounter rate in half. Just makes it so that each tile of depletion is half as much as normal. Basically gonna want that up for the majority of the rest of the game. We want as few fights as possible from this point on. We like boss experience. That's fine. Everything else is kind of a waste. Now these guys have a paralysis breath, which can hit the whole party and wipe us out of here, which is kind of sucky. Downright. I always forget this floor. It's like this floor is just not saved in my memory. Yeah, there you go. Here my notes say go talk to Northrex. When I was initially writing my notes, I accidentally wrote Northrex here instead of Battlerex, and I just decided to keep it. We also get our introduction to Terry here, but he's not going to join us until after the Duran split at the end of this whole long segment. But we get him for the end game. Alright, so now there are no more random encounters in this cave, so we can just go pick. Again, this is our opportunity to just go loot a whole bunch of stuff. That's not it. I gotta go back to floor 3 and then I go northeast. There we are. Someday I'll learn this cave. Now I go northeast. Money. One more. Then we go up. Equip the battle axe. Give the seed to Hassan. And walk on out. Get us out of here. Oh wait, no. What? Wait, what? Oh, she doesn't have an EMP. Don't get us out of here. We'll walk out. It's fine. For a second, I thought outside didn't work here, and I was like, are my notes just wrong? But no. I used all of her EMP. That's fine. Bolt. Hello, Terry. Goodbye, Terry. Do, 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 do. There. Or open. Oh my gosh, my nose is going crazy. And my next break, I'm definitely taking allergy pills. Bum, bum, bum. Dude. In my way. I'm trying to rob you here. Alright, now we have stairs that also go between worlds. Not just magical wells. Now we have magical stairs. It's tiny metal number 15, assuming I haven't missed any. Didn't take the inn, that's fine. Just get no encounters anyway, no problem. Oh my god. I don't know how I didn't get any encounters with the single cave there, but I'm not complaining. Ah, cat. Okay, good. I was able to squeeze by. Bottom pot, yeah. Wait, no, that's the other house. That's right, I talked to the old man in this house. Hello, Notes. I knew I had you around for a reason. Now for one of the most strangely placed beds I've ever seen. She just sleeps in the entryway to her house. Like, front door, bed. Okay. You know what? I can't remember if we get an in here or not, so I'm gonna swing. Where's the inn? Up here. I'm gonna swing by here. Oh, I can't use this inn. That's fine. Really? Can I not? Did hitting that last trigger make it so I can't return at all? It sure did. Okay. I know you get an inn on the floating island later. I can't remember if you get it here or not. Well, we're gonna find out. Well, let's see. What's our situation? Nobody has MP. Okay. Just zeros across the board. I was gonna be like, well, if like just Malayu needs some, then you know I'll hit a magic water. But you know what? Here we go for science. In music? No in music. That's probably not a good sign. Does not look like an inn. Let's see. So that's gonna be no uppers, no sap. Surely it'll be fine. So I'm gonna need to highlight that that arc bolt in. Nothing. It's true. Nothing ever goes wrong here. Easiest fight in the run, really. It's actually not far off. It's not too bad, but without uppers and saps, it might be mildly problematic. We'll see. Basically just have the Ghent staff. No bugs. Yeah, that pretty much sums up DQ6. Alright. Oh, right. There we go. I was expecting Ghent in slot 1 there. Alright, well, let's get creative here. What? Did not give you the agility ring, apparently? Oh, wait, no, it's on her. Wait, I'm getting all kinds of thrown off. Well, just Fire Claw. I guess that's all we do here. And you are just gonna Kamitachi. This'll be fine. Yeah, it's like flat 0 HP across the board. It's okay, we got this. See, this time, it's unbridled aggression only because I have no other options. Actually, I wonder if he's susceptible to being kicked. I doubt it, but you never know. Let's hope you defend for this turn. Oh! Let's just see. Yeah. And Hassan is dead. Alright, this is gonna be a long fight. Oh, I forgot I switched her ability. Actually, it's probably gonna be a quick fight, because he's probably just gonna kill me, and then I'm gonna come back with stats. Yeah, take your time on those turns, Amos. It's cool. I'm not worried. Nice dodge. Welcome to alternate strats with error. I don't recommend doing this fight this way at all. Basically just guessing who's gonna get hit and hoping for the best. Ooh, guessed wrong there, and Hero is now dead. Okay. Alright, let's see what happens when you die to Jamaris. Because I actually don't know. I've never died here before. Okay, it just puts us out here. This is actually not bad. I know. This is great. Okay. Problem solved. Wait, do I have to make it night again? Oh, just going into town makes it night. Cool. See, I'm learning important alt strats here. This is good. How much money did I lose? Not much. Okay. So yeah, I think in that situation, just intentionally Death Warp right away. Just start it over. Not really any need to even give it a shot. You don't lose like any significant time or gold just resetting it. But more importantly, highlight the line that says take the inn at Arcbolt and never forget that again. That's plan A. Nice sound effect. Okie. Let's see how this fight goes when you do it properly. It's a much different experience. Snap it. Already got that equipped. Duh. And Upper Hassan. And repeat. Once again, I really didn't watch for the SAV success. So I'm focused on making sure I do the right things. I wasn't watching. Okay, yeah, he's fully sapped now. Everything's fine. That's not... Wow, okay, well... Everything's fine. So what happened there was I was thinking, hoi me. I saw the me at the end of it, and just hit the button. That's fine. She can be dead. She does not need to survive here. Her bonus healing is nice, but it doesn't matter. She and Hero are spendable on this one. Amos, however, is not. I need his heals. Go fast, Hero. Nope. Okay. Whoa, Amos is fine. Stop going into that. There we go. That'll do. Nope, I got about a minute here. I'm gonna go grab energy drink number 2. Up to old man. Alright, so overall, run's going pretty well. It's about as well as I could have expected. Don't forget this tiny medal. I forgot this one when I was doing my note walkthrough. And I had to go through the entire list and figure out which ones I missed. Getting staff, then back to Evil Cave. Oh, no. Don't turbo through bar with it. Oh, okay. Apparently Y takes you back to that screen. Good to know. I thought B did that. That was weird. For a second there, I thought I had like accidentally cast return or something. It was like, how the heck does tomorrow have return? Alright, I was gonna take an allergy pill on the last break. Dang it. Okay, we got like 500 breaks coming up. Go fast. Muted. Everybody missed my panic there, because my mic was muted. So, you may have noticed there was a lot of extra random dialogue. after talking to the king there, because I had hit the auto fire for L instead of Y. And so I was trying to figure it out because I was like, I thought I broke my controller. No, that's not what I wanted. So I was like, what, my auto fire switches are not on. Why is this happening? And then I noticed the L switch was on. 21. Back to the cave we go. This little prince is mildly annoying. It's kind of like pre-alpha Charmless. Except not as big of a douchebag. Alright. Yeah, 1 second while this goes. He does actually have, like, one dangerous ability. But it's not very common for him to use it. So walking away on this fight, while usually fine, could actually be an issue. Nice. Nice finish. Yeah. Outside. Alright. Breastplate back on. Spirit armor back to Amos. What's this on? Hero Bullet. As always. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna Monton out here so that it uses tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Hit the right button, please. Bum, ba, ba, ba. Ow. These are kind of like the the gargoyles earlier. They can either do very little or a ton. Usually it's a ton. Ow! Stop! Okay. Yeah, bracelet is on there and sweep it. Nice dodge. Well, that makes that a lot easier. Build up its spirit punch. Keep kicking. Be close. Spirit punch missed. Okay, but he's dead. Don't remember if I refreshed that before the boss or not. That was a pretty good walk for here. Even with tiptoe. Encounters in this room are fairly common. Build up, attack, fire claw. Inside. Once again, wasn't paying attention. I didn't see if he put up the bounce or not, so we'll act like he did. He didn't. Okay. That time was up. I'll do heal. Predicted. Oh no. There we go. Good turn. You dead yet? You are. 29 damage for the kill. Alright. Yeah, it's kind of a long fight because you have to... like, you have to do the equipment glitch to reset the defense on Hassan and Amos every single turn. And then make decisions, and then keep track of what he has and hasn't done, which I'm not good at, so... I'm sure for most people that fight's a little less complicated. Pulling in the front. Right in the middle. Yeah, so that right there is where my first attempt to make notes for this game ended. Like, I got up to the trials, and then that first fight was so tedious that every time I made a mistake, I was like, God. And then I just never ended up finishing it until recently. That was like probably about a year ago. But a couple weeks ago, I just really got the urge to play, so here we are. It also helps that Tactical finished his notes, which gave me a nice baseline to work off of. Did most of the work for me, which is where I thrive. Bum. 30,000 words, nice baseline. Exactly. I mean, it doesn't make me sound that great if I say, I stole all of your work and then made a couple minor adjustments to it. No amount of notes does this game justice, that's true. I actually printed out a physical copy of my notes so that I could write on it in the margins and stuff. Because I was like, even the typed up stuff just isn't enough. It's like I needed something a little bit more specific that I could, like, change. Okay. This is just the all-out damage plan here. He usually dies in 2 turns, but sometimes the damage rolls are a little bit low. We're good. A well within a well. Well. No, we go south. I've played this before. Good. Never punished. That's the important thing. This town is actually kind of interesting, because like right now, you know, like we just go in, we get the medal, and we go to the other world and come back and get a medal out of the same dresser. Oh, right. I'm going to reorder here. Put Hassan in the front, because I want that on him. He's going to be getting the pickaxe, too. Let's see. I'm actually going to move these two. They're not supposed to be in his inventory anyway. That's fine. I'm gonna want that top inventory slot to be the golden pickaxe. But they don't see us. Wonderful. You know what else is wonderful? Life Split hasn't crashed yet. Amazing. The longest it's gone in a long time. Wait, why did I go up? I'll go this way. Two and went back to 2018. I'll have to look into that. Because that would be nice. It's really annoying, especially since I mostly do longer runs. It's like, at any given time, it can just stop. Also, happy 420, everybody. But since I'm expecting trouble with it, I also have a stopwatch running. So even if my splits crash, I know what my end time is going to be, and then I'll just have to go back through and retime actual splits at some point. Oh yeah, mine just is completely random with like nothing changing. And it's not even necessarily just like how long it's been active or anything like that. Like, I've had it happen 20 seconds in before, which is just ridiculous. To Tonic 2 the other day? Jeez. And it's like, this is even like the latest version. Like, I deleted it and downloaded a fresh install, because I can't update it. It won't update at all. I don't know what the deal is with it, but if I try to update, it just says a process failed. So I have to delete it and reinstall it every time there's an update. And even the current version is doing it. It's just like... Bum, 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 bum. Great scene. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool though. I like the idea of having different backgrounds per split. Like, I thought that would be fun, but I'm not willing to put in that kind of effort to anything in my life. Or just like, what would be cool would be if you could set it up so that it like has a separate window that has details for the current split. Just like, you know, little notes like shopping notes and things like that. Just that it's automatically keeping up with what you're doing instead of having to scroll anything. I'm on a bed. So, this is probably the weirdest mode of transportation in Dragon Quest. If anybody knows a weirder one, let me know. A whale? Nah, bed. Bed's weirder than whale. Dang it. Right. Gathering some tiny metals here. Now that we have access to more of the map, we're just gonna run around for a little bit. Carefree with our hair blowing in the wind. Top dresser. Yeah, we can build up. So. Hassan's in front. We got a sort of slumber for Amos here. Talk to Chancellor. I couldn't tell if I said yes or not there. I wanted to be sure. That's right. That's right, because we're gonna go visit the king. Down in the basement. It only took 4.5 hours for my brain to shut off on part of the on part of the arbitrary plot triggers. Not too bad for me. It didn't work. I'm glad they really increased the movement speed in this game, because there was a lot of back and forth just running around towns and castles. Like, if it had the DQ5 movement speed, this would be a much longer speedrun. Okay, so this should be Tiny Metal number 30. If it's not, we're gonna find out real soon. I really hope I didn't miss a Tiny Metal. I did it. I missed one in practice, and it was a horrible experience. Moment of truth. Okay. We got 30. Big 4 strength, nice. Really good seed there. Off to Morago's Tower we go. Health looking, we're good. Yes. Wouldn't mind seeing that encounter all the way up the tower. I was gonna say, or no encounters is great too. Come on, stop it. God, it's gonna take like 500 actions each. Well, we are leaving this tower. Stop doing anything, please. I don't like it. I could try Vivify with Tomorrow, but I'm just gonna in and revive and go back. Mostly because I thought about Vivify late. I had already hit return. And while I'm here, might as well safety save it. Haven't saved since what, San Marino? Might as well just take the opportunity. Oh, that's right before Mid 01. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? Alright, round 2. This time I just go straight up the tower. Already got my loot. That's a quick encounter. Gascons. Don't do it. Don't kill him. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's right. I have Malayo in the front for this one anyway. Okay. Make sure I got this right. Yeah. Okay. Wind slash. Build up. Build up. Fireclaw. No, that's... Wait, that'll still work. That'll still work. If I don't kill myself with it. I have you. You do have the Gen staff necessary. That's what I wanted to do. I think she was stop spelled though. Okay. Still work. Okay. Heal yourself. Get. Okay. No, dang it. It ate my down input. Well, it's like when I start getting comfortable with a menu, the fact that it's slower in this than it is in 3 really screws me over. Okay. That's gonna throw me off on a cycle here. See what happens on this turn. Okay. Should still be fine. just got hero on, or it's got everything on the opposite turn than I would expect it to be on. Okay. If that had happened earlier in the fight, we could have had a big problem. Hey, Northrex. Welcome back. I almost had the 444-44. But I ruined it. And I don't have enough for casting outside. You know what? I never end up actually using these, so I'm going to Magic Water. It's going alright, actually. It's been a pretty solid first run so far. Nothing going too particularly bad. No. It's first. Mudo 3 was pretty kind. It only took 2 attempts, which, you know, everyone knows Mudo 3 can take way more than that. No, I just returned here. That's not where I wanted to be. I took the stairs, right? Okay. I can read, I promise. Alright, back to the game. Get a stretch break here again. Ugh, it's been a while. Ugh. My initial goal was keep it under 10. I'd like to have it closer to 9. So, I think we're pretty well on pace to stay there. So, probably between 8 and 9. Depending on how Deathmore goes, really. You won't see the end of it? Well, you never know. I might execute very well and get lucky for the rest of the run and then make it through. Bum, bum, bum. Back to the king for like the 6th time. Gonna give us the floodgate key. Alright, Barbara, I want you to get more than 2 MP off of this seed, please. Technically got what I asked for. I don't think she understood the gist of what I was going for, but, you know, whatever. Off to Piscani we go. We do a fun little stealth mission coming up here. It's annoying if you fail it, but if you don't fail it, it's not too bad. Can't get overzealous on it. Maybe it'll bring good luck. Forgetting I can't go in front of that. Barrel defense seed. Okay, now I just hope that I don't screw up following Rob around here. I probably will. Yeah, if he sees me at any point during this, I have to go back and do that whole talking sequence again. And then follow him back to the cave again. Should be fine. Moving to this corner is usually where I get caught if I'm going to. I think I could have been caught right there. If I had waited a little bit longer to run up, I think he would have actually seen me. Okay, we're good. You have a mermaid, sir. Now I just have to remember to talk to him again. Because I have a tendency to just leave. There were a couple of different times I was practicing this segment, and I left without talking to him the second time. Because there's that little gap right there, and it feels like there was a delay. I was like, oh, that was the second talk. It wasn't. Okay. Oh, that's right, you just press return from here. I didn't pass. Super speedboat, go. Excuse me. Right, we can take her home. We're gonna get the mermaid harp, which will allow us to go underwater. I feel like I've seen that in a Dragon Quest game somewhere. And then after this, we get to finally start going around to gather some legendary equipment to prep us for taking on Doran and then the end game. Reorder there. And here we're actually going to go down through the land because of where I'm using it. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to... This is actually where I equip this. Up and check the middle barrel for tiny metal number 33. We're almost halfway done. Expected that to take me out to the world map for some reason. We get to go talk to an ice mage. Hope Countess is still here. Another one of those times where we just go back and forth so much. I know, we go back and forth. After the next one, we go up the middle. Hello, Terry. Goodbye, Terry. Yeah, so the sprite that that Irina swaps to in this dialogue here is actually really cool. Yeah, that one. It's actually a really cool looking sprite. Back we go again. Nobody's dead. Straight to Zam. Alright, so we get the ghost ship here. This is where we're gonna get the final key. Well, it's a glass slipper for stuff. But more importantly, another tiny metal. Almost gets 2 agility. Song is confused. Fortunately for us, that only matters if we try to attack. However, he might just die here. Okay, we're good. That's what I wanted to do. We got there eventually. This one I always instantly exit. 100% of the time. I don't know what it is about this well, but I always go up when I get in there. More confusion. That's not it. Hang on. I'm gonna restart that. Just to refresh my step count. I turned south too early. There we go. That's where I wanted to be. Rolls. Ow! Okay, we'll make sure she has enough for casting outside. Okay. I'm actually gonna encounter cancel on this one. Although, thanks for reminding me, game, that I can use tomorrow's MP manually. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so those Jamiris reskins can cast Pashirora. Then you have to go back to Dharma to get your party member back, which... Good. Went to Heroes Inventory as expected. I know we're going to the cave next. Alright, 1, 3, 2. I thought I had one more dink before I got the second question. Okay, free time save for next time, that's all. Just bypass this whole puzzle. $38 out of 70. Oh, hi, Terry. How are you? Alright, spirit armor to Barbara here. Hi, Terry. Bonk. Alright, this is gonna give us the Deseo pass. I get some final key checks, because we have the final key now. That always unlocks some good stuff, right? You know, like platinum mail, other tiny mail. Things we like. Number 40. Alright, another round of class changes here, just for 3 characters this time. I turn Amos into a fighter. Barbara and Chamorro are going to be classless so that they get their normal stats. Not their class-weighted stats. Barbara and Chamorro have no class. Completely classless. I don't know. Chamorro and Barbara have no class. Not me. Little thing. You go get our Sword of Miracles now. We got our 40 tiny medals. An inn here on the island. This is the inn that I was thinking of earlier. Before Jamiris, when I was like, well, I couldn't figure out if there was an inn or not. You get it here. Demon armor. Same as the demon armor in DQ5. That's going to reduce the wearer's agility to 0, as well as give a lot of defense. The key difference being you can swap it out in 6, but you can't in 5. Like, you have to actually remove the curse. Alright, come in here. Which is kind of nice. The cursed equipment thing isn't really a thing here. It's on here. Okay. Welcome to Longa Deseo. So the pass that we got from the snowy town lets us get in here. If you don't have it, that guard won't let you through. Platinum sword hero. Iron masked hero. Bum, 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 bum. I'll return back to this town and get on this ship again. Took a few extra steps there because this is where I normally refresh it. Wanted to get back on my quote-unquote step route for tiptoe, which I'm never going to, you know, execute properly anyway, so whatever. I really like this waterfall. It looks really cool. Like some of the graphical effects that they pulled off in this game just look awesome. Silver tray. Plane. Bit. And iron breastplate. To the bag. There we go. Tiny metal number 43. Four HP, not good. I haven't been having the greatest seats today. Oh, go upstairs first. Left dresser. Yeah. Five. $46. $47. And a prayer ring here. Tomorrow's gonna have that for the final boss. It's Hero's MP here. Barbara's MP is next gonna be used for Medante. Oh. I'm using hero to return again. Wait, you're no priest. Take 100 gold. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, get out of my way, sir. Yeah. Take me to your shop, which I will promptly ignore. Bum, 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 bum. 48. 48. A hero's iron mask. Yeah, doing some setup for the fashion show here. That's... Oops. Not where I wanted to go. That's where I wanted to go. I'm so used to hitting left and up. Just in general, in Dragon Quest games. So many times you just want to go to the last place that you gained access to. Oh, I want to forget the tiny metal number 50. It's kind of important. This is Sally. She's going to be making this sort of Romeus for us, or restoring it, I guess. After a strange staring contest that I'm not really sure what the lore for that is. But you're not allowed to move, you just have to stare at her until she decides she's going to do it. Yeah. Harp it up. Or, I guess, harp it down. And we're going to use the life seed. 5. Shield of Strength. Equip now. Sword of Miracles. Demon Armor. Shield of Strength. Iron Mask Power. Alright, time for Gracchus. Now, Gracchus, while being one of the Dreadlords, is just going to be taken out by Hassan and Hero. You don't need a party for this nerd. I just hit the button. Oh wow. I got an encounter on the tile that that Tiptoe ran out. Haven't seen that happen. I mean, obviously it's possible. I've just never had that line up before. Magical skirt. First try on everything so far. Almost made it. Tiny Metal 52. Not sure how you're ever supposed to find this one on your own. There it is. There's a lot of Tiny Metal locations in Dragon Quest games where it's like, unless you're pixel hunting everything, you're never gonna find them. Check in Hero's inventory. Felt like something might have been off, but we're okay. We're both full. Okie dokie, you guys. Let's upper yourselves. That's south. Missed my down input once again. Should be fine. Should not be fine. God damn it. Well. Let's death warp out of here and go again. After the uppers, too. Look at, now he just doesn't want to deal damage. Nothing but physical attacks. What a dick. This fight is super free. The problem is that it ate my down input. Again, just because I'm getting impatient. So. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, I ended up using sap because I was just menuing fast and can't do that. That's not where I wanted to be. Wait, why did it... I'm confused. Why did I go here? That's not where I wanted to go either. Don't mind me. I switched worlds on the Death Warp? Oh, okay, that's right, because it goes to the last one. Okay. It threw me off. I wasn't on the planet that I was expecting to be on. Okay, it all makes sense now. Turn to R2D2. Did it again. It's like the menus in this game just feel super clunky, and normally when I'm thinking about it, it's not a problem because, you know, I'm taking my time and I'm expecting it to. But especially on the really easy stuff like Grakos, for example, it's just my thumbs are like, all right, go fast. There's no thinking involved here. Just go fast. And unfortunately, that can bite you. Good news is we don't have to walk through the entire thing again. This one does serve as a shortcut. Stop. Stop. Just stop. Stop! They don't even all have to take actions. Much less 500 actions. You have to redo this one, though. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, the good news is this is a free time save next time. It's such an unlikely situation. Because, like, if that had happened, like, on a later turn or something, it wouldn't have mattered. It's just that it was on the first upper. So, ended up behind on my setup. Hero ended up taking too much damage. Alright, let's try that again. Hello, Krakos. Never seen you before in my life. Alright. Slowly menuing to uppers. Then go ahead and heal. Goodness. Alright, yeah. Are you kidding me, dude? What was that opener, dude? Oh my god. It's a nothing fight. Unless he does that opener, or you make a mistake. And now we're 0 for 2 on one of the easier bosses here. Oh, can't really afford to lose more gold, so... Let's save. Okay, so we're gonna go... Dharma. So, to put this in perspective, I've never died to Krakos in practice. Not once. Like, regardless of what moves he chooses to go for, I've never died to him. And just 2 in a row, super quick. And it's all because the first one was my mistake, the second one was just a brutal opener. Yeah, it's gonna be a huge time save. That's not where I want to be. That's where I want to be. That's not where I can be. Are you serious? Oh my god. I just saved. Never miss menu into Mudo's castle, ever. Maybe out of a different room, but I bonked the ceiling, so... Instead of dealing with other encounters, eh. Like, probably if you walk outside to the area right before Mudo, you can probably do it. But I'm gonna get, you know, 2 to 3 encounters before I get there. Okay, to the right place. Oops. Wasn't looking. Hang on. I might have an idea of what's wrong. I think I was supposed to equip that earlier, and then I didn't. Put that. Not. I know I use the shield as an item in combat. Ba-da-bum. Okay, good. Please no encounter. Go ahead and do this. It's not important to do that right now. I'm doing it just so that I have the first memory there. Okay. Here we go. First attempt. I didn't use the in. It's okay. We'll just do a slower setup. Still make this work. I'm not doing 3,000 damage with the Fire Claw. Alright, take the in this time. My god. This is gonna be a huge gold split on the next run. It's okay. It's the first run, mistakes are gonna happen. Brush it off, move on. Yeah, we're still in the wrong world. I saved in a different world. So yeah, the first and third attempts, my fault, 100%. That second one, rude game. Got it this time. Yeah, the funny thing is that last one, if I had MP on Hassan to cast upper, the opening was super tame, so to the point where I almost got my setup just having hero casting upper. So if I had MP on Hassan, he'd be dead already. Really, I just wanted more practice walking through this dungeon. Never have too much movement practice. I swear, if you kill somebody, if you kill Hero here, I will never forgive you. And I know that means a lot to you. You care about my opinion, game. Stupid menu. Okay. Good encounter to get a first try run from. Okay. Dracos. Be kind. Take pity on me for how bad I am. Just give me a nice clean opener. Okay, I have MP. We can do it this time. Upper. 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 Kent staff. Stop. Oh my god. I'm getting it. Now I'm mad. That was nothing but Ice Breath. Just Ice Breath spam. Like, I was even playing defensively to try to get it caught up. Oh my god. That is not how that fight goes. Ever. It's just not the fight. God, what a load of crap. Like, it would have been faster to have, you know, resaved after the inn and all that. But how do you ever predict losing to Gracchos 4 times? You don't. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen once. Capture? You good? Capture just freaked out for a second there. Okay, so Gracchos attempt number 5, which has probably never been said before. Bum, bum. Okay. Error 03. This time for sure. Straight into Ice Breath. Are we really gonna do this again? You have got to be kidding me. This is stupid. Yeah, he's had like 90% Ice Breath. He's not supposed to do that 90% of the time. Not even close. Missed it down again. Alright. 6th time's a charm? There are no charms. Everything's bad. Nothing's good in life. And on this split forever. Well, that's what I was checking. It's like I feel like I missed an equip somewhere, but oh, wait, no, that's Hassan. No, that is Hero. Wait, why didn't God? Yeah, I do have some wrong equips here. Ugh. I overlooked something. Alright, well now it's all on me. Yeah, I missed this one. Wait, no weapon. Platinum. Yep. That still won't save me if he just spams Ice Breath. Which is what's been killing me. But, it'll add more stability. Yeah, I was noticing the physical damage on the last couple. I was just like, something really seems wrong. That's why re-equipped the iron mask earlier. I thought somehow I just accidentally went through the iron helmet during that one, but apparently I just completely skipped that equip. Hey, Poland Terrace. Thanks for the good luck. We need it. Yeah, and that's what I was doing. It's just that I was behind from the extra damage, but there was also that death with the where he just did like 6 straight cold breaths and there was nothing I could do. Because there were a lot of turns where I was defending and healing exclusively. But this should fix it. Well, it'll fix the part that is within my control at least. If he spams Ice Breath, then well, he's just better than me at that point. On the bright side, I'm getting plenty of practice getting through the castle. Okay, we have MP. Let's go. He's not dead due to a mixture of RNG and me being bad at the game. I missed an equip section a while back, but he's also been doing some stuff that is a little unfair. Been spamming Ice Breath on me. Alright, should be good now. We actually got the setup this time, yay. Still lots of Ice Breath. Don't want to see much of that. Or you can just do nothing but Ice Breath still. That's fine too, I guess. Why have a move set when you have Ice Breath? Now I'm just playing like super cautious because I really don't want to go through this freaking dungeon again. Alright, there's so much Ice Breath. Yeah, just keep doing that. The spam. First try. Ish. I mean, it was the first try after properly setting up for the fight, so I guess that kind of counts. Man. Well, I'm never gonna make that mistake again. It's another thing to highlight in my notes. Make sure I do not. I'm gonna circle it with arrows pointing to it. Do not forget this equip sequence. Yep, never died to him with a proper setup. Just like I've never died with Fendrag stats. Hero, Amos Melee. Well, now I'm so far out of my groove, I'm gonna be staring at my notes for the rest of the run, probably. Just to make sure I don't miss anything. I'm not even entering this town, I'm going to the boat. It's okay, now we get to chill with the fashion contest. Hour and 16 minutes from Morago to Krakos. That is going to be the big time save on the next one, guaranteed. Okay. Mask to Seo Pass. 225, good. So the reason to bring these party members is because when you enter the style contest, it actually sorts your inventory to the bag for your active party members. So these three will have their inventories cleaned up automatically. That's not it. You got that, man. That's gonna Barbara. Oh no, nope. This is correct. Everything's right. This goes to Barbara. Yes, we got the hero zombie. Look how similar we look. We're like twins. He's recently in a fist fight. Yeah, he's a zombie. It's a Hork wearing the same clothes as the hero. Alright, so we get to do this 3 times. It's a nice little mental break, which I currently need after that Krakos fiasco. Oh my gosh, I won! I can't believe it! Number 5. silver tray. Rigged. Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, I know what score beats everybody here for the first 3 rounds, and came with it. Basically paid everybody off for free. It's true. I am more fabulous. They never had a chance. Old guy really wants to try this. He's like, this time for sure I'm gonna win. I don't know how we're gonna compete with number 2's haircut though. Alright. It's gonna be a tough one to win. Let's see if we beat number 2. Nervous. Oh my gosh, I won again. Can I get 3 for 3? Is it possible? Alright. One more time. Uh-oh. Slot 1's gonna win this one. Oh. Helps if I go stand here before I start spacing out. You got this, old man. 3rd try is the charm. Believe in you. Did my best. Hey, look at that. It's almost like we're guaranteed to win. Alright, so that's a carpet that's gonna turn into our flying carpet in a bit. Yeah, for some serious fun, if you wanna do some extra management of your stats and stuff, you can go through round 7 of this and get the Sage's Stone, which would be really nice to have for Death War, but I'm good. That's a lot of effort. This is the part of my notes where it says, Barbara and Hero get in bed. Wait, where's the bed? Where's my bed? Where's my bed? Hang on. Where's my bed? Oh dear. Where on the map am I? Okay. Oh man. That would be crap. I have to pull up a map. Yeah, you need some more. I have to stop and pull up a map mid-run. Okay, so I'm gonna say I was there. Let me go there. Am I blind? Why am I not seeing this? Am I winning? Oh, I will eventually. But right now, no. How's it going, Dragon? Now the game ate my my bed, so I had to warp. I had to cast return to get it back, and I'm trying to figure out where exactly I am because I've never planned for this contingency. I don't know where I am in the world. Okay, so right there. There. That shrine. Okay. Back on the bed. Okay. Now I know where I'm going. Very suboptimally, but we're going. Game just wanted a nap, yeah. Think. Okay. We did it. We're back on track. So my next run is a PB? That depends on a lot of different things. But second runs are usually huge PBs. First run is where you make all your mistakes. Oh wait. I want to make sure this is where I expect it to be. It doesn't matter too much. Okay. Alright, back on track. That was fun. That was a fun little moment of getting absolutely lost because I've never finished playing this game casually and I don't know the map at all. Tiny metal number 55. Let's see for Barbara. 3. Now, management team stuff you Ent staff is going to Amos. Fireclaw to Hero. Overtray to Barbara. And Barbara's at the top. Iron Helmet to Amos. Ability Ring to Hero. Gold Bracelet to Barbara. Sandurn to Barbara. That, I believe. Okay, so here, Barbara's gonna learn Medante. It's Mega Magic. It's gonna soak up all of her MP and just deal like 3 times that much damage to everything. Which, we are going to abuse the crap out of it for the fights in Life COD. Can't beat it either. For me, it's just like, it's so convoluted to do it casually. Because I've never finished it casually. I've gotten here, I'm pretty sure, in the DS version once. Because as soon as I got to this town, I recognized it immediately. But I don't think I got any further than this. We get our carpet now. Go in the well, then go in the well. Because every well needs a well. Prayer ring. So I've got 2 prayer rings now. Both of those are going to be on Chamorro for Deathmore. Because he's going to do a lot of preemptive healing, and then on safe turns, I'll take opportunities to get his MP back. Gives me the flying carpet. Over the stairs. Stairs. Wait, hang on. Fly south, oh, and a tiny bit east. Read the whole note. When you're going, we go south and east. There we go. Best. I don't even know the last time I cast Tiptoe. It might still be active. It might not have been. I'm unsure. Alright. Armor of Orgo. Her inventory is missing something. Probably because I didn't have things properly ordered. There, I'll take. Oh, hero just hurt good, not Barbara. Oh, whatever. I'm only missing 3 damage for the first Mega Magic there. No problem. I do have to reorder before going in here. Alright, equipment stuff. A hero. Barbara's not the hero. Agility ring. Barbara's gonna go none. Spirit armor, silver tray, bunny ears. Song and Barbara. Platinum mail. Iron helmet. Armband. So we're almost to some fun, where we just get to cast Medante for like 9 straight fights. Pretty entertaining, just a chance to sit back and blow stuff up. Just gonna feel really good after all the mistakes I made on the Graco split. As long as Barbara isn't the one getting blown up. Well, we're not to Death War 3 yet, so she should be fine. In theory. Hey look, it's me! Oh, I know it can happen. If they outspeed her and then both hit her, well then she's Barbara, and she's dead. Yeah, none of them have too much health, it's just that Medante makes it so fast. I'm gonna do this before talking to him. I don't remember if it triggers anything right away. Not you. Nobody wants to talk to you, farmer dude. Yeah, I am gonna pick up the hero's clothes just because I lost quite a bit of gold so far in this run. So, picking up a few extra things that aren't too far out of the way to sell. Money's not usually an issue in this run, but you never know. Better safe than sorry, the way things have gone. So here the mayor sees Hassan and sees just how similar he looks to this dude sitting across the table from him. Oh wait, no. It's not Hassan. Almost merged, but somebody needs help. Anybody injured? Yes. Nice. No fight there. bonk. Stop bonking off the chest. Okay. Time to blow things up. Gonna go Spear Punch on the troll. Sweep the armor. Fire Claw. Nope, that's not a Fire Claw. I'm going to move that tiny metal as soon as we get out of here. Hey, everything goes boom. You can still hold it. I just don't want it right there. Thinking of a completely different part of the game. There's no defense seed in there right now. Okay, the pig will always die. Dante. They only have like 200 HP. Punch that. Pick that. Claw that. Boom all of it. Okay. Glad that didn't hit Barber. More defense. Barbara's dead. Let's do this. You had to say it, Hack. I've never actually had her die on any of these fights, but you had to say it. Can't say I'm surprised with how a lot of things have gone today, though. Oh yeah, he does have Vivify. He's had that for quite some time, actually. Earlier I discussed forgetting about it, and then I forgot about it again. Alright, let's try this one. No. Hit the boss troll. Don't hit Barbara. There we go. My muscle memory finally kicked in. I can menu now. Back for you. That's why we do the top one first. I knew there was a reason. Couldn't remember it. That guy gets in the way. Boom. Around the tree, please. You can't go through trees, Coco. Hassan. Man, I can't talk anymore. Yeah, we're definitely 6.5 hours in. My mouth is starting to turn off. Alright. Now we join with the other hero. We learn Zap. This is a nice quick fight. Although Hassan might die here, but that's okay. Okay, we're good. Gonna die to the lunge. Oh my god. Okay, oh that's right, Sword of Miracles. Right. Okay, we only lost Barbara. But everything is trying to find ways to just die. This does not bode well for Deathmore. Like, everyone's going out of their way to be dead at all times here. And Deathmore is always happy to oblige. Maybe I'm just getting all the deaths out early and we'll one-shot Deathmore. That'll be nice. That sounds like a thing that happens in real life, right? Oh yeah, that's my biggest concern about him. Like, you're exhausted, you're ready for it to be over, you're gonna get impatient. Mistakes are gonna be really easy. I'm gonna lose a little bit of time right in here, but I'm gonna... Quick break, be right back. Okay, didn't lose too much. Yeah, this segment has a whole bunch of tiny little breaks. Unfortunately, you did it a little bit longer. A couple energy drinks, kind of go right through you. Alright, Tiny Metal 58. So, just gonna sit here, see a whole bunch of cutscenes going into the past where I have no idea what's going on. And then we get the legendary helmet. Easy as that. Oh, sorry. That made a lot more noise than I expected it to. Is the helmet always a handout? Because. It's always important to wear your helmet, so they are just handed out as standard safety equipment. My back is happy to be leaning back right now. I don't normally sit up for this long. I knew I was gonna do that. Alright. 2 more of these. About a minute and a half total. Why is the helm always a handout, and how does one starboard it? I need to learn to explain that one to me. Give me my helmet, Dad. Alright. Geez, that doesn't really do anything. True. Alright, sell some of Hassan's stuff. Mask. Staff. Battle axe. Steel armor and iron shield. Thunder staff. A little bit more. Where'd it go? Here, I might still have it actually. That's what I was looking for. That's not where I wanted to. I wanted to go around the theater. Oh, it's okay, we can go through it too. That's fine. Yeah, so here we get to have a staring contest with Sally. I don't really know why, but we're gonna do it. arrow, swords. Nope, helmet. Go back to the helmet. There we go. Take the helmet. On. Arrow. Butterfly clothes too. Or. Talk to the floor. That's what we want. Always talk to the ground. It's important to keep the ground company. Oh, Verona. Oops. That's... Oh my god. Now I'm getting too many inputs. That's the spell I wanted. Third try's a charm. Dresser for defense seat. Medal number 60. Alright, so here we're gonna get Sands of Time and Mystic Armor. Sands of Time will let us reset a fight. Might use it on the Metal King grind, might use it. Might save it for I missed a medal somewhere. Got that. The good news is, it's one of the recent ones. I know that. Not that one. That one. That might be the one I missed. Don't recall if I picked this one up. No, I did get this one. Never mind. Not that one. That one. That one. That one. That might be it. No, I'm pretty sure I got that one. I'll still go check it just in case. The good news is, it's one of the ones between 40 and 60. Because I got my Sword of Miracles. There's only so many that I need to check. Oh, you know what? It might actually be the barrel behind the bar again. Where am I going? I think I got both of these, but I don't specifically remember it. Well, another free time save for next run. Question is, how much of a time save? I'm very certain I grabbed these ones, but... this tile, barrel... I don't know. I gotta get those. Pretty sure I got you. Yeah. I do know there is another one that's pretty easy to get to. Where is it though? Which world is that in? Okay, it's there. Real world. Let's go to Pescado. Whatever. I'm not gonna look through all of these. There's one that's right at the beginning of a dungeon that I can just get to. I do need to take the ship though. Yeah, I know this one because my original notes picked this one up, but not anymore. Alright. Bam, 60. This is faster. Well, at least I have a backup medal to get pretty easily. I'm really curious which one I missed. Back to work. Notes. Focus on that. Yeah, you keep the power ready for now. Use both defense seeds. +5. +5. Very nice. Alright. Well, after that fun random adventure, now we get to go do the castle and then Duran. Well, at least one of them I did properly. Hooray. Time to punch the castle. Or knee it, you know, if it magic barriers. So build up sap, equipping Ganton sap. Missed sap number 1. Missed sap number 2. Try again. Sap it. Yeah, it counts as a flying enemy and it does extra damage. Whip. Stab. Sap number 2. Okay. There we go. Hero can build up. This. Dead Barber's fine. It's fine in this fight. Okay. Easy castle fight. He didn't magic barrier, so there was no trouble there. It's not spells. Wait, you guys ended the fight at full health? Why? I never expect that. Like anything like the battle sprite? No. Not really. Bracelet. Ruby to hero. 5 HP. Oh, I didn't hit the world leaf. Probably be a good idea to do that, huh? Kind of a main door, yeah. Okay, now for nothing to go wrong in the gauntlet. Whip. Demon armor. Defend. Whip the Rudy. Upper Hassan. Hassan out in front now. Go. Protect. I'll heal up just in case. It doesn't really matter. Hassan's gonna be taking all the damage, but just in case something goes wrong, it'll give me more time to recover stuff. Wait, did I not give her the Lucida shard? Or does she have it equipped? Not a big deal either way, but... You know what, let's not lunge right now. Oh, I didn't give it to her. Man, I missed another menu somewhere. That's okay. We'll just have her... Hope that the turtle doesn't protect. Boom. And you're kind of worthless now. Go ahead and do the magic water. Well, this is very slow. It's fine. Another free time save next time. We're gonna do that. Oh, I was hoping for the 1 damage kill. Should kill it. Okay, now Terry. Usually not too bad, but I've said that many times today. It did not go well. Alright, so build up. I must have missed a whole menu thing somewhere, because Amos doesn't even have the Fire Claw. Oh well, this is fine. Plunge. Int. Miss on yourself. Or uppers. Hero. Build up. You defend. Yourself. Worth a shot. Easy peasy. Mostly easy. Alright, so everybody gets full healed before Duran, which is good. Yourself, defend, upper Hassan, defend. Ow! Okay. Protect. Ramius. That's not right. That's not even hero. That's what we want. Actually, I'm gonna go back to... Oh, we're already on the demon armor. I thought I swapped off of it. Okay. Ramius yourself, and then... You just spam upper. Hero's going to build up attack. Yeah, once you get this one set up, it's just the same thing over and over again. Hassan's using Protect, so he's going to take every single hit in the fight. So... just have Amos spamming the Gent staff on him to heal. Hero is doing the damage, and then Barber just spams upper to get his defense back up after freezing waves. Really straightforward fight. Let's see how I screw it up. I'm not gonna lunge. Lunging is stupid right now. Or you can just do nothing but freezing waves. that's funny. I don't think I've seen this many freezing waves ever. I think it's an attack turn. It was not an attacker. That's fine then. Nice touch. This might be the kill shot. Yep. Good. Nothing went wrong there. Yeah, if you die at any point in the gauntlet, actually. I found out that the hard way during my notes walkthrough, because on the double fight at the very beginning of this, instead of defend, I missed an input in hit run, and I had to do and then I saved afterwards because I didn't realize it yet. I just didn't feel like refighting the castle, so I did a save after. And then realized all the equipment was gone, so I had to do it with, like, platinum gear. It worked, but it was long. Okay. While I'm thinking about it, I need to figure out what happened to my Lucida shard. Who's got it? What did I do? Right there. Oh, there. Now she has it. Doesn't need it anymore, but I've got it now. Throw, agility ring, whip, and give our Ruby to his son. Walk right into it with a naked hero. Oh no. That happened to me the first trip back. That's how I learned that something was wrong. I walked in there and Hero just got absolutely obliterated. I think I went for the sword of Ramius to buy kill, and it just didn't work. Because there was nothing there. It's like he just had an agility ring on and that was it. I imagine that's something that everybody that runs this game runs into at some point. But you only ever do it once. You didn't save after? Yeah. I saved after, so I had to do the long no buy kill platinum sword kill. It took a while. It was like 50 rounds. Like, Barbara ran out of MP almost from casting upper. Oh, did I? Yeah, I did get that one. Okay. I was wondering if maybe that was the one that I missed. Yeah, can be done. Just takes forever. It's not a dangerous fight. You just have to kill it before Barbara runs out of MP. That's not where I'm going. Not at all. But here we get to recruit Northrex. Going to the stairs. It's funny though, it does explain why her inventory was off a little bit earlier on. Because she had an extra open space and I couldn't figure out what it was. It was the Lucida shard. I'll have to double check my notes and see where I forgot to hand that to her. It was probably during like a large menu sequence where I just skipped a line on accident. King. Then we check behind the throne for a hidden staircase. Wait a minute. That's not a staircase. That's a tiny moat. on hero. This is where I normally get to do. Already done though, so. Build up this on carry and kick him in the face. Spirit punch, vacuum slash, Amias on Hassan, and kick him in the face. Good damage. Back on my tiptoe route again. Every time I go to fix that, I ruin it. Rango now. Somewhere. There it is. It's all the way at the end? I thought it was a little bit before. Okay. On the stairs. Yeah, I know it wore off. I was about to refresh it. +3. I only use 2 of them. Only are there for inventory management purposes. Hello. What's up, bud? No. Alright, we're gonna Dante and protect. Whip your Dragon Killer. Attack. Build up. Promise on Terry. Kick it in the face. Promise and get it. Easy. Probably take this split out. I originally wanted to do a Blink-182 reference, but there wasn't enough room to make any, put anything in there that would make any sense. There's really no point in having this as a split. Now we watch the really drunk Pegasus flying around. It's like face down, flying in circles. Now it's face up, flying in circles. This just looks so bizarre to me. Like, I get what they were going for, but it doesn't look like what they were going for. Yeah, exactly. Let it on its butt. Nobody's dead. Okay. Wait, really? No, yeah, nobody's dead. Surprising. So wait, before I go in there, got a big menu here. Okay, so Terry is going to equip. Terry is going to equip that, none, platinum helm. Okay, Amos is going to a weapon, demon mail, iron shield, iron helmet, none. Barbara. Spirit armor, silver tray, rabbit ears, shard. That's sun, so miracles, mystic armor, helmet, ruby. Sort everything. Shard to Terry. Staff to Terry. Bramius to Northrex. Argo Spear to Northrex. Fireclaw to Hero. Platinum Mail to Terry. Platinum Mail to Terry. Dragon Shield. Field of Strength to Northrex. Iron Mask. Meteorite Armband to Terry. Zero to Amos. Bracelet. Rex and Moro. Prayer Wings to Chamorro. World Leaves to Northrex. Magic Water to Hero. Hands of Time, Terry. Ability Seed and Life Seed. Oh, there we go. go. I was like, where are they? In the middle. Okay, now, Dragon Killer, Dragon Shield, Iron Man. Okay, yeah. Okay. That's the giant menu of the run. Can't wait to get that one down to muscle memory. I need a save state just for doing that menu. It's actually not a bad idea. Yeah. Alright, off we go into the Dark World. Coming down to the home stretch here. Oh. More like a Rainbow World, pretty much. Alright, we don't have any MP. For a beta pipe. What? You're annoying me. Do I not have another one? I thought I had one. Okay, maybe not. Either I don't have another antidote or I'm blind. But not really important. This poison is not going to kill me. It was just more in the interest of getting the screen to stop going bzzzt. Alright, so this better be tiny metal number 64. Gent. I've never landed this one properly. Let's see if I can do it today. I always end up going over the mountains. Good enough. Alright, back to the Dark World we go. We're flying backwards into the Dark World. Oops. Wait, no, we're good. I think we're good. I may have accidentally used a prayer ring, but it didn't break, so it's fine. Equip that. Bro. Bum, 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 bum. Northeast. Wow, really good walk. Can't argue with that. Go. Arthrex, Hassan. Terry Amos. There's one thing you can be assured of. So I will always accidentally exit a location that you enter from the top. Time for everybody to freak out. Excuse me. Haha, I got the chest, nerds. Lots of talking. Moreover, there are stairs here. Okay. I was about to say, no encounters in there was really nice. Some of the encounters in here are kind of scary. So, can't argue with that. Make sure we're healed up. Alright, Sorrow Giant, what you got for me? So, Amos, Terry, Northrex and Hassan. Defend. Rami Hassan. Build up. And we're gonna defend. No, we'll get. Heal yourself. By kill on Northrex. And Spirit Punch. Oh, so much for the bite kills. Okay. Hey, Anatola, thanks a lot for the raid. Appreciate it. How'd 9 end up for you? Then gonna refresh Hassan, and build up again. It's just gonna attack and Spirit Punch. Stop trying to kill Northrex. He doesn't deserve it. Ten minutes behind? Oh, that's not too bad. All things considered, that's not too bad. Ow. Stop. You just really wanted him dead, huh? Bruh. So much damage. Big Spirit Punch, go. Okay. Good enough. Corvus 2 is the tale of two fights. Yeah. You gotta love when that happens. Consistent bosses like Necrosaro, well, you're in luck. Because you're gonna see me with a wildly inconsistent boss. So, only... Most consistent with them all here? Yeah. Deathmore is such a chaotic fight. It's like, it's interesting. It's like, it's incredibly difficult, super chaotic, but like you have just enough control over what's going on that it's still kind of fun. It's not just completely banging your head against a wall. Goku key. Shall we go to jail again? Wow, didn't split Sorrow Giant. What about Malroth with Corvus's HP? Who wants to play that ROM hack? Critical hits? No. No crits. Okay, don't forget to talk to the guy about the staircase today. Womp womp. Yeah, his freezing waves will actually drain all of your MP. Everyone's gonna be at 0 for the whole fight. And if you use any MP recovery, he's just gonna drain you again. Right, money. A Metsu shield. And a tiny metal. 67 tiny metals, only 3 to go. I hope you really like this town, because we walk through it a lot. Like, we're gonna come back here, like, even after the boss, and just walk through it several times. Tons and tons of fun. Oh, who's that? I'm not missing any item pickups, not on this trip. Gel of strength is a 50% strength. Oh god. That would be terrible. Alright, about to get another stretch break here. Oh. Controller down for a minute. Also, Satoriak, thank you very much. Really appreciate the sub. Enjoy the minimal effort emotes. I put effort into one of them, and I enlisted my daughter to draw some others. And the other ones are just kind of clipped out of screenshots. 4,800 HP, can we at least build tension? No, no tension either. And he still has heal all. Better grind up to level 462 before that fight. You have to one-shot him or it's over. Yeah, you can pass level 30. That's the only concession. Okay, so here we want to die as quickly as possible, so I'm gonna be using Desperate Attack. That like doubles the damage that you take. Okay. Big damage. Chance to miss on a critical. The amount of times I've missed on criticals in monsters is painful. I think I might still have a strength seed in my bag now that I think about it. I think there's one that I forgot to use at some point, and I was thinking maybe it was there for inventory management purposes. And it probably went to the bag during sorting. I might have 5 strength seeds to use coming up here. Which is fine. I mean, Hassan's damage has been super high anyway. I've gotten a lot of 3s off of strength seeds. Little closer, please. Key back or strength seeds. Now Hassan is going to chug steroids and hope for big numbers. 2. 1 is not a big number. 1 is also not a big number. Well, that was disappointing. Did I have 1 in here still? Yeah. There we go. A bonus 3 at the end to make it not absolutely terrible. On a scale of 1 to 1. Gross. Okay. Orthrax, Hassan, Terry. Alright, time to sell a bunch of junk. Buy some expensive equipment. So, Son is a sacrifice bracer. Bye. Sword of Slumber. Sword of Slumber. Sword of Slumber? Oh. Right at the top, of course. Magma Staff. Fire Claw. No. Blade Armor. Magical Skirt. Dragon Mail. Platinum Shield. Black Tights, which I can never... That's the wrong tights. I need another 5,000. Whew! We are missing some money. Why are you there? Man, I am really short on money. Almost there. So, everything I don't need. Looking for 63,000, that's all. Okay. 150 gold. How much are you worth? 18. Yay, we did it. Go up here first. Dragon robe. Life seed to more. Now we go fight Akbar. So here I really want to see stop spell land on turn 1. Or I guess turn 2. I'm going to be up right on turn 1. On try 1. If you don't get stop spell on Akbar here, this fight sucks. Okay, spear. Self. Guard on B. Or on Song. Good, B is confused. Broke its own confusion. Ramius on Sun. Build up. And staff on yourself. Stop spell. Okay. Not a bad turn if this lands. Good. Okay, I got that. A spear. Plunge on A. And throw. Another upper. Sword of Ramius on self. Ready to build up again. yourself. You defend. Everything's fine. Self. Actually, no. Just go ahead and do. Yeah, sap again. Don't kill Terry. Or Hero. Or both. Oh, don't do that. Okay. Can't lunge. I just have to hope he does a whole bunch of physicals. And then dies before I do. I don't want to use a World Leaf here. Save all of those for Deathlorn. Oh, that's right, he does have the Shield of Strength. I always forget about that on this fight. Oh well. The good news is that Hassan is immortal. We also have a couple of Metal Kings coming up, so missing experience here really isn't a problem. It's just slower having one less attacker. Silk Tuxedo. Hassan and the Dead Friends. There we go. Lord. Back to the prison area. Kids are playing happily in the streets. So, with that, and use the Alright, so basically got one more mini boss, and then a bunch of setup, Metal King Hunt, and then we go for Deathmore. As much as I would like it to be, this still isn't even the last time we're going to walk in and out of this place. We've got another trip with Tremoro later on. We go all the way back down into the dungeon, all the way to the back, and then walk all the way back out. Oh wait, there's more. There's always more. Billy Mays Dungeon. Yeah, we're not gonna call it Prison Town, we're gonna call it Billy Mays Town. Which, I guess, kind of accurate still. Super Metroid. Yes, this is Super Metroid. Ugh. Sit back and chill for a bit. Shoutouts to LiveSplit for still going. I was sure it was gonna crap out like 6 hours ago. We're still here. Is it sad that I'm excited that it's working the way it's supposed to? Names for every room. Oh. That's funny. Middle. Oh, wait. I skipped a life seed. +6. Oh, don't forget tiny middle number 68. Oh, wait, no, you talk to this one. Now, we get to walk all the way back out. But we're done with Prison Town. Thank God. Yeah, it really is. It's like all of the other dark, like in-game dark worlds, with the exception of like 3. Like, you know, 3, it makes sense because you get all of Alfgard there. But like DQ5, for example, DQ4, it's like the dark world is just a small area without a whole lot going on there. And then here it's just like we're gonna put a whole bunch more story in here. Northrex, Hassan, Terry, Hero. Check. Okay. Alright, now we get another like 2-minute break here. And then hopefully we'll come out swinging and absolutely nuke one of these guys quickly. The good news is these guys are on a set rotation, so you always know what they're going to do, as long as you are paying attention. You may not have noticed by now, but attention is not my strong suit, so I will definitely have no idea what they're doing at any given time. So we're gonna go buy kill Terry, build up Zap. Stomp. Stomp. Bash. Stomp. Bash. Okay. Hey, look, a fight. Okay, Raleigh is on Terry. Build up. Build up. Sap Patrol. Raleigh is Hassan. Spirit punch the troll in the face. Slap him again. 1087. Big damage from Hassan. Here, punch the troll again. Wait, no. You are protecting here. That's right. Build up. And dent on Hassan. Control. Build up. Control. Hero's gonna die here, isn't he? Oh, okay, we're good. Okay, one down. I'm actually gonna do, just to be safe, I can go grab another one after this. So I believe he's on heal more now. Yep. Big hit. 47. Huge hit. He's gonna meditate now. Rock throw coming up. There we go. Hooray! Didn't screw that fight up. That makes one. Does it use stomp box pedals? Sure does. There's tiny metal number 69. Nice. First Anatolia stream of that. Well, good news. This stream is already cursed because it's a first run of Dragon Quest VI. If you need evidence that this is already cursed, just go check the VOD for the Gracchus split. That was a nightmare. I lost like 30 minutes there easily. Blow up the mountain. Why can't we just blow up the castle? Like, keep that beam going until the castle vaporizes. Problem solved. We don't even have to fight Deathmark. We can just be done right now. Got some inventory management coming up. Again. If the Metal King grind and Deathmore go very well, then we could sub 9. But not likely. It'll probably be like 9:15 or so. There goes speed. Terry's Thunderbolt Sword. Hammer to Northrex. Ring to Chimora. Order this. Might actually use it today if I remember. And Northrex. Equip the Demon Hammer. But yeah, there's only 3 splits left on this. It's just the final boss is quite brutal. Alright, so we are actually entering the final dungeon here, but we're not full clearing it right now. We're just coming in to get an item for Hassan so we can turn him into a dragon. That's Barbara. I don't think I can cast Return from inside here, but I don't exactly want to find out. Heal tile, hooray. Nice. No encounters there is good. Bum, bum, bum. And Dragon Book. And somehow his inventory was full. Means I did something wrong, but that's fine. That's the Dragon Killer. Wait, what? Oh. What have gone here? Dragon Book, where are you? Alright. Well, hopefully the walk to Deathmore is equally uneventful. Because that went really well. Left and down. Ethia. Get our world due back, since we just used it. Should go to Terry. Oh. Yes, okay. It did. Should be tiny metal number 70. We're very quickly gonna find out if I missed one again. But we should get the Metal King helmet here. Okay. Dharma, change Hassan into a dragon. Equip the helm and the bracer. Oh, Amos, duh. I was looking at the wrong person. I was like, where's my thing? Back to the Dark World. And it is time to hunt some Metal Kings. We're gonna go kill 2 Metal Kings. Hopefully it won't take too long, but, you know, as with any metal grind, it's pretty RNG heavy. Gotta be lucky enough to find them, and then you gotta be lucky enough to kill them. But fortunately, we have 2 Demon Hammers and an Evil Slash on Terry. So as long as it sticks around, we've got a pretty good shot at killing one. Alright. Get comfy. We're gonna sit here until we get 60,000 more experience. It's only 2 kills, but never know how long it's gonna take. Like, a good average is like 5 minutes each. So if we're out of here by 8:40, then we're really happy. Better do. You are not Metal Kings. Go away. You're almost a Metal King. You kind of look like a Metal King. But you're not a Metal King. Not good enough. Okay, you're not even close. You're not even the right color. Who's ever seen an orange and red Metal King? Come on. You're not even trying. That's a Metal King. Imagine. Okay, he's still here. And he's dead. Alright, 1 down. That's a good, quick first Metal King. Metal King that got freeze cast on him. There you go. Tempered. There you go. Alright, one down. One to go. It was really good. That was like 2 minutes for the first one. Now, technically we could just go now, but I'm definitely going 2 for safety. Some extra stats. Like, if I'm really trying to push a fast time down the road, I'll consider 1 Metal King, but definitely for now, 2 is the way to go. Why not 3? That's not where I want to go. You get to a point where there's diminishing returns on the experience value. You're not going to get as many levels from the 3rd one. I mean, you'll still get some extra stats, but, you know, it's not going to be amazing. Wait, no. I'm not going to take that in. I'm going to be taking the heal tile once I go into the castle. We just save. Got 11 babbles. I had 14 babbles in my last run, I want to say. I just kept finding them and killing them, and I was too strong, and I couldn't kill Necrosaro because I was just in a really bad spot. Damage-wise, I kept pushing him too fast. But it was funny. Like, once I got into double digits, I was just like, embrace the meme, kill every single metal babble that you see. That's why we save in between. Sometimes the encounters just do that. Oh, it didn't reorder. Terrible grind, and yeah. Like, you get those really long grinds where you just weren't seeing babbles, then on your way out, here's 8 babbles that you don't need. And if you kill them, it's probably an issue. Not sure what's... Yeah, okay, well, it's definitely not as bad as just being killed by 8 metal babbles at the beginning of the grind. That's the worst. Hey, you. All big and happy. And it's gone. We'll go Sands of Time and take another shot at it. And then if it runs again, we'll reload the save. Get my Sands of Time back. Yeah, it's a consumable. You get to use it one time. I'd like to have it as an option for Deathmore so that I don't have to do the walk back necessarily, like if things go wrong, but there's also a chance you just don't need it on Deathmore if things just go right on the first try, which isn't likely, but it can happen. Whereas here, you're definitely getting value out of it if it gets you a Metal King kill. Still here, this might be it. Nice. And we go boom. You didn't die. Come on, just crit the guy. There you go. Okay. Well, yeah, it was like almost exactly 10 minutes. Turtle has an E-pad. Sure did. Yeah, not too bad at all. Probably a little bit faster than average, actually. With your Sword of Miracles. Oro, Seed of Life to Hassan. Shield to Oro. +8, good one. Check for any seeds that we missed. I sold that one agility seed. I need 104 more gold. What will sell? I need that. Is this sell? And the mirror shield is going to yeah. Nope, 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 not that. That. Guess it would have made sense to just sell all of that together. Okay. Ringo. I got that. I got 5. That's it. Right. 3 and 2. Yep. Yeah, got it. Cool. Double check Shimoro. I guess I could have sold his bronze shield. Alright. The final safety save. And now we go. Take on Deathmore. It's time. It's been a long day, but the time has arrived. To be murdered by Deathmore. Going to be brutal. But it's going to be fun. Yeah, that's the final boss. It does sound like it would be a Dragon Quest spell, though. Beat, defeat, defeat more. Beat. Now, see, in modern naming, it would be Khabeet and Beetle, and then Khabeetlemost. Yeah, a beetle. That's a little dark. I know that wasn't the intent. Ah. Nice. Alright, let's see if I remember the layout of this room. Yeah, I knew you weren't going for that. It was just funny. It lined up so perfectly. Ah! Satan General. Leave me alone. Too far up. Nice. Phantasy Star 4 Fever Dreams. Cool. Didn't get lost in there. That's good. Ah! Last step. here we go. Make sure get there. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Yep. Good. Bracer equipped. Hey. Here we go. Now we just hope that Deathmore is kind. That's Barbara, not the song. Orange. That's not tomorrow. It's 2 Demon Hammer hits. Three Demon Hammer hits. Good. Both of those landed on Northrex, who I had targeted with a heal all. Really good transition into phase 2. Really good phase 1. Didn't really do anything scary. Coming out of it at basically full HP. Hulking Sword. Rakos. Ow. Nice dodge from Terry. That's huge. Let's have you defend for now. Spirit Punch. Let's do this, actually. He might do Burning Flames this turn. I'm actually going to put Chamorro away for a moment. You defend. Spirit Punch and Ringo. Yeah, there's the flames. Okay. Okay. This is going to be... Actually, let's do... Upper and strong D. Ah! Northrex is dead. And, Leaf Northrex. And then Hope Chamorro outspeeds, and there we go. Okay. Terry. Dead. Okay. Oh man, so Chamorro should outspeed him here. It would be nice to get the Greco Spear up. I'm gonna go for that. Upper. I kill. Okay. Let's actually go Terry, because he did get the spear up. We'll defend. Let's try this. Get an increase. Strong D. Good. At least he picked the right target. Okay. Demon Hammer always hits on Strong D. Every time. See? Body kill. Kill again. Again? Jeez, this is gonna keep cycling this, huh? Okay, he's gonna go flames now. Sucks. Or he's gonna switch patterns. Okay, he switched patterns. I think I'm just gonna use the Dew here. Strong D, of course. Good. Okay. Go fast, Chamorro. Wrong D. Try it again. And swap patterns. Working on. Big hit. Nice dodge. Hang on. Okay, so we might get a Flames here again. Get Chamorro out of there. Alright, that's phase 2. Here we go. Phase 3. Scary one. I still have 4 leaves. I don't have a dew. I have my bracer. Hopefully, Barbara's not going to get slapped on her Medante turn. But she usually does. Health isn't the greatest going into this phase, but it could definitely be worse. Yes, build up. Get yourself to slow down. Yoriku. Terry went to sleep. Good. Northrex is dead. Spirit punch the hand. Leaf Northrex. You. Speed up again. Agility ring back on and heal yourself. Don't hit tomorrow. Okay. So much damage there. Okay. I go Barbara now. Attack. Spirit punch. Gent. And please get Medante off. Come on, Barbara. Come on, Barbara. Come on, Barbara. Yes! Get him, Barbara! Alright, we got Medante. Whew! The first time I've landed a Medante in the last, like, 20 attempts. Okay, so we're gonna go Durango Hassan again. This is actually kind of a really scary turn. But that's okay, we got the Medante off. Hopefully, so the left hand is almost dead. Well, his left, stage right. It's nearly dead. So if we have to use the thing, the bracer soon, it's probably okay. Oh, I should have prioritized Durango there, because he's the only one with leaves left. Might have to rely on Vivify if Durango dies here. Yeah. That was me healing the wrong person. Like, they both needed a heal, but because of the situation, I should have prioritized Durango. Nice, first try Vivify. Hand is dead. Okay. Good. Nice, Choro went fast there. Choro is dead. Let's get Choro up. Big punch. So at this point, it's okay to use the bracer soon to get somebody back. Or to get everybody back. Just kind of want to pump as much damage out there as I can get. Okay. So this is going to be a Scream turn. Malayu, you're up. Oh, shoot. Terry was asleep. I thought I was menuing the Gent staff. That's okay. Basically, any damage I get in right now is bonus. Because as soon as I need it, I'll put Amos out, and when he dies, it's going to revive everybody. Let's go ahead and get him out now. Spirit Punch, defend. Basically, he's out there, so he might soak some hits to get Hassan a couple extra hits off. Okay, good. That's at the end of the round. We don't have another action from the boss here. Okay. That back up. How close do we think we are? Probably pretty close. Explode it. Oh. Okay. So at this point we want him to go into A pattern so that he's guaranteed to only take one action per turn. Go ahead and lunge. Tomorrow's dead again. Still in B pattern. Okay, back in A pattern. So, soak the scream again. Next up is Blazemost. Want Tomorrow out there so he has a chance to wake up. Good. He's actually gonna Blizzard next because I don't have Spy Kill up. Okay, that's gonna go back into B pattern. Spy Kill up this time. Let's prioritize Hassan and Durango. Okay. He's actually staying in A pattern. That's good. Nice damage. Okay, this is Freezing Waves. Blizzard coming up here. Nice. Nice. Got him. Woo, first try. Oh man, practicing that all week paid off. Alright. I can breathe now. I was curious how long I was going to get stuck on this fight. Not long is a very acceptable result. Oh, thanks a lot for the GGs, everybody. Oh, that feels good. Got this one knocked out. And life split still hasn't crashed yet. Wonderful. What a game, man. That's a fun run. That fight, like, is just nonstop decision making, which is great. It's definitely the most engaging final boss I've ever fought in in the series. Probably the most engaging overall. Because like you can't really take a turn off and just hope for things to go well. Like you have to know how to handle everything. There were a couple of times where I kind of hoped for the best and got lucky, but most of it came down to having a really clean Phase 1. Phase 1 didn't use up a lot of resources or time, so I was able to use everything when it mattered in Phase 2 and Phase 3. But there are times in Phase 1 he can get stuck in B pattern, and he'll just do, you know, like on a 3-turn cycle where he's got Meditate, recovering 500, doing freezing waves, and then dealing massive damage, and just do that over and over again. It's always an awful experience. But overall, that was a very, very tame and cooperative Death War. Still terrifying. Time for the world tour. Oh, we kept it under 10 hours. Thank God. Thanks again for the GGs, everybody. Ash, Anatolu, Litoriak, Hactical. Appreciate you guys all hanging out. We've still got like a good 10 minutes or so to the end of the game here, but the work is done. Now I get to breathe. Several months. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing more. Obviously next week is going to be the Dragon Warrior 4 race, but I would like to get this under 9. I'd like to get it under 8, honestly. But next goal is getting sub 9. But I plan on sticking with it for a bit. And then we'll work on Dragon Quest 2, then 1, and then one day I'll kill myself doing a 1 through 6 relay. Because that's what people with horrible ideas do. Feels really good to have this one under my belt, though. Oh, wait, I'm thinking of a different part where I have to exit to the left here. That was way earlier in the run. That's okay. We'll have a gold split next time on this. Bonk. Yeah, with the exception of the Gracchos shenanigans, which was mostly me just completely missing an equip menu, and then being dumb trying to recover it. With the exception of that, it was actually a pretty good run. I'd say I probably lost about 30 minutes to Gracchos. Like 20 to 30 probably, so we're looking at a potential sub 9 without screwing that up. Yeah, it'd be the Japanese versions. Yeah, the only one I play in English is 4 because, well, on the one hand, I have an English 4 cartridge, I might as well use it. But also, my Famicom cartridges don't want to work anymore. I don't know if it's them or the adapter that I have to put them in my NES, but either way, those ones aren't working. But I have the full SFC collection over here. So it'll be 5 Super Famicom games and 1 NES game. Because we never got our 16-bit Dragon Warrior 4. Would have loved it. Look at this guy walking slow like we're not doing a speed run. Get me out of here. Stop talking, everybody. I've got places to be, and it's not here. I want to go home. $32-bit for PS1. I mean, there's a Japanese PS version. Leave life card. And I cannot wait to go eat dinner / lunch. I basically woke up, ate breakfast, and then started this run. And now it's 8:30. The HD 2D? Yeah. I'm sure I'll play it eventually if it ever comes out. You know, it seems... From all appearances, they seem to have abandoned it. But, you know, if it ever does come out, I'll probably play it at some point, but I'm not really particularly looking forward to it. Most of that is because I'm pretty sure they would mechanically keep it more in line with the Switch version than the SFC version, and I feel like the Switch version was very much a step back. Like the SFC and the GBC colors are to me, those are the best versions. If there were an option to have Monster Medals in SFC, then it would be perfect. Oh yeah, the FF16 hype. I haven't even been paying attention to that. Like, I saw somebody streaming it. I guess it's probably a demo or something. But somebody was listed as streaming FF16 yesterday. And I was just like, what? Bonk. Maybe done in the demo will carry forward. That's terrible. I hate when they do that stuff. It's like, I don't know. I don't play demos or anything anyway, because I want the experience to be fully unspoiled when I go into it for the first time. Like, the concept of playing through like the first 2 hours of a game and then waiting for it to come out and then suddenly having access to it is just like... Unless you're gonna replay the demo again right before launch, it's like, what's the point? Because you're gonna have to refresh it, you know? And then when it does come out, you're just replaying the beginning again anyway. Otherwise, you're gonna forget half of the stuff that you did in the demo that carried over. FF8, you played the demo and didn't play the real game. Well, see, there, you did yourself a favor. I played the first hour of 8. Never got back to it. Part of it was, when I started playing 8, I was planning on just playing through the Final Fantasies sequentially, and so I had just finished 1 through 7, and I didn't particularly enjoy 7. It felt very much like a slog to me, and by the time it was over, it just like killed my desire to continue going. But I tried. I started 8. I was just like, maybe I'll like this one more, and then I just kind of dropped it and started doing other stuff. That was also about the time that I took about a 7-year break from streaming. So kind of hard to keep momentum that way. Better with fast forward? Yeah, maybe. Probably be better with interesting characters too. But that's just me. Yeah, I watched Tactical play 8, and it feels like there's just a lot of... God, what is it, draw? The draw system? It's like you spend more time drawing than actually fighting, just to be able to fight later. It's just like, oh, that just feels bad to me. Like, I think the best way to kind of equate that is, like, to me the draw system feels like the steal system, where, you know, like, some people are just like, yeah, I steal from every enemy that I encounter, and I see what all the items that you can get are, and all that. I never steal, I don't really care. Like, these items are optional. Obviously, I don't need them for the game. So, I'll occasionally try to steal, but I never do it consistently. And the draw system, to me, seems like required stealing. Yeah, 6 was my introduction. Get your the Cowsias ready. Keep losing interest around Thamasa. That's where it starts getting good. Well, okay, after Thamasa. You're right there. Can't wait to see you again. Alright, now we get 6 minutes of, like, the most watered down credits music in the series. I'm not sure what they were going for with the music in the credits here, but it doesn't feel right. It's like half of the credits music is just silence. There's a few moments where it's like, okay, this is cool, and then it's just like, yeah, Final Fantasy VI is the game that I've beaten the most without speedrunning it. Oh, alright, well, we got 6 minutes to do a quick recap here. So, yeah, first segment, really not much to it, really. I think... Yeah, so the splits that I was comparing against when I did just the Muto 3 run, like, a year ago, I'm pretty sure I got a Metal Slime, and that's where the 3 minutes here was. Mirror Tower was really good. I'm pretty sure Muto 3 was a one-shot? Yeah, I one-shotted Muto 3, which is good. Little stuff. Anything interesting? So Jamiris, I need to make sure that I take the inn at Arcbolt, because I actually had to wipe to Jamiris and then go back because I had no MP whatsoever. And upper and sap is kind of important for that fight. Trials were fine. Moraga was fine. Somebody died in the tower, so I had to leave and come back, but other than that, you know, no big deal. Gracchus was the giant time loss in this run, because I apparently missed an equip sequence, and so my defense was not where it needed to be, and it took me a little too long to figure out that that was the problem. Partially because he was also doing a ton of Ice Breath, and because of that, like, I was associating all of the death with an unfortunate amount of Ice Breath. But then I started noticing how much damage the physicals were doing, and it's just like, there's more to it than this. And it turns out I had like 3 wrong pieces of equipment on, so threw those on and one-shotted him on the next try. One-shotted him with the correct setup. 0 for 6 without the right setup. But I got plenty of practice walking through the palace there. Yeah, I see, there's no music here. It's so weird. The life cod battles were fun. It's always great blowing everything up with Medante. I actually had Barbara die on one of the fights, which I had never had that happen before, but now I've seen it. Thanks, Hactical, for mentioning it so that the game knew it could do it. Let's see, I missed another inventory management in between Life Cod and Duran, because I didn't have the Lucida Shard on Barbara. Barbara? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have the Lucida Shard for the fight, so I couldn't confuse the turtle. So that kind of slowed it down a little bit, but I mean, there's only so much that does. That just run the risk of redirecting Medante completely to the turtle, but you know, it all worked out. And Duran himself was just no big deal. Pegasus Tower fine. Sorrow Giant was fine. Akbar was fine. Got the first turn, or the first try stop spell, so that fight went fairly smooth until the end, and then everybody but Hassan died. But Hassan has so much health recovery during that it didn't matter. Big boys are fine. Really fast Metal King grind. I got 2 in about 9 minutes. So, on average, you expect that to take, 10 minutes or so. So, it was a little above average. Really good to get that taken care of. Had to improvise some shopping, though, because of several deaths earlier on, particularly with Gracchus, I was a few thousand gold behind, so I had to sell a bunch of extra stuff there, but just barely had enough to get all the stuff that I need. And then Deathmore was just free. that's as free as Deathmore gets, really. A phase 1 where he doesn't just draw out the fight for, 15 minutes. And then phase 2 with a lot of single actions overall. And then in Deathmore 3, he was sitting in his A pattern for quite a while, so there were a lot of turns where he was only taking 1 action, and I wasn't really in any threat of dying, so I was able to play it fairly aggressive while still being safe. I took the fight slow overall just to make sure I didn't make any mistakes. So I feel like there were a couple spots I could have made better decisions, but didn't get punished for them, and had the resources to recover from all the brutality there. But yeah. Overall, it was a really fun run. I'll probably do another one in like 2 weeks. 3 weeks at the most. Because next week is the Dragon Warrior 4 community race. I have to decide if I want to do long runs 3 weekends in a row or not. So, we might get another run of DQ6 in 2 weeks. If not, it'll probably be in 3 weeks. But there'll be lots of practice in between then, that's for sure. Duran. It always makes me think of Brood War. Like one of Duran's things. I'm Duran. What's so funny? And here, you get to see a little cutscene where, in my headcanon, Hassan has transformed into a dragon. Because we turned him into a dragon. And now we're seeing a new dragon being born to become the Master Dragon to carry forward into 4 and 5. And all I'm saying, Hassan, Husan, same guy. Definitely. I haven't played Brood War in like 20 years. That's unfortunate. Brood War is a lot of fun. I didn't get into StarCraft 2, but Brood War was phenomenal. Phenomenal in all of its jank. Yep, same thing as the first trilogy. This is a prequel. Yeah. Sub 930. There we go. 929.39. Not a bad first run. My entire goal for today was to keep it under 10. Would have liked it to be closer to 9, but I mean, losing about, 20 to 30 minutes to just Gracchus. Can't complain with this timing. Make sure that saves. Cool. All right. Well, that was fun. I'm hungry. I'm tired. So let's see what we got going on in Twitch World. Oh, Countess is playing Final Fantasy V. Look at that. Keep those Metal King Slime grinds short. Unfortunately, that one is one of the splits that's most likely to get worse in future runs, because that was actually a really good grind. It was like the first king was like 2 minutes in. Plus, I didn't end up needing to use the sands of time. So if things had gone poorly during Deathmore, I would have been able to sands of time and start over without running back. But fortunately, it didn't happen. A week of doing nothing but fighting Deathmore paid off in a one shot on my first run. Hooray. But that's gonna do it for me tonight. I'm gonna go get some food. So I'm gonna hang out with the Countess. Some Final Fantasy V. So thanks a lot for hanging out, everybody. Thanks again for the GGs. Really glad to have this run done. And I'm looking forward to improving the time. So thanks a lot. Have a good night. Take care. And I will see you next time.